Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bafana Mavimbela. We seem to be having challenges with our program directors this morning. Seemingly, both of them have challenges with network. So we'll be taking over the duties up until they manage to join us. Then I will hand over to them. Welcome to our 12th annual Postgraduate Conference. It has been 12 years since the region has started offering this conference. The past 2 years actually, we have been offering the conference virtually as compared to the other 9 years before, where it was face-to-face at the Polokwane office. Without wasting any time, I just want to notify all our attendees that only the presenters' microphones and cameras have been enabled. Your microphones will only be enabled during the question and answer session. A reminder to our presenters to always keep their microphones shut or off and their cameras off so that the focus will only be on the presentations and we do not take the spotlight from the presentations. We thank you for joining us this morning. As I mentioned earlier on, mine is just to direct the program for now, and one person who will officially welcome and open the conference is the acting regional director, Dr. Lesiba Mulepo. Without wasting any time, I will hand over to Dr. Mulepo to do the official opening, welcome us, and give the purpose of the conference. Over to you, Dr. Mulepo.
Thank you, Mr. Mavimbela. I really appreciate the opportunity. If you could maybe remove the presentation or the program. Colleagues, it gives me a pleasure to welcome you, but I had intended to first thank the two program directors of the day, Mr. Thabambo Hopa and Ms. Mikateko Sithole. And for those of you who might not know, Mr. Bohopa has been our active student in the past postgraduate conferences and currently chairs the UNISA Northeastern Postgraduate Forum. And as a result of his involvement, he has won several awards, and we are not surprised that his career is taking off so well. Ms. Nkateko Sithole is one of our postgraduate students, and we appreciate her courage to get involved. And allow me, colleagues, to appreciate the other program directors who will be leading us tomorrow and on Thursday as well. It is our intention as the region to provide our students with opportunities that will expose them to research-related activities. Hence, I acknowledge and appreciate the involvement of our regional SRC members under the leadership of Ms. Matonsi in Mpumalanga and Mr. Mulebala in Limpopo. Initially, we have intended to have this platform only for master's and doctoral students. However, we have since realized that there are honor students who are struggling with research-related modules. Hence, we opened these platforms for honors students as well. Some of the presenters, such as Dr. Maki Mulepo, who will be presenting today, have also been participating, and she immediately, after completing her master's with us, Dr. Mulepo never wasted time, and within a short period of time, she obtained her PhD degree. We therefore encourage those who are doing their masters to also not waste time, but enroll for their PhD studies while the research energy still flows in their blood. I hope by now you know the benefits associated with having a master's and/or doctoral degree. Hence, within UNISA, preference is now being given to those who have master's and doctoral degrees to become our markers, tutors, and acolytes. Who have master's and doctoral degrees is not limited to UNISA, but there are ample other opportunities out there. I therefore commend all other presenters who will be sharing their work with us for these 3 days. This is a perfect opportunity for you as you are expected to present your work before you finally graduate. I'm aware that we have presenters from UNISA as well as those from other institutions. I'm also aware that some of the students and presenters are from outside of our region. You are all welcome. This is our 12th annual postgraduate conference. As Northeastern region, we have since decided that postgraduate support is a very important strategic intervention that can contribute to the postgraduate throughput rate within our institution. Hence, we embrace the call for turning UNISA regional centers into centers of academic excellence. We encourage and support our administrative and professional staff to obtain master's and doctoral degrees for them to be well equipped to support our students at all levels. Just 2 weeks ago, our head counselor, Ms. Lipondo, has completed her PhD and now earned the title Dr. Lipondo. I hope that she can serve as a role model to many other young staff members within our region. Congratulations to Dr. Lipondo. Year after year, we witness students who have been part of our postgraduate group graduating. Some of the students who are attending these workshops and conferences have been active participants in our workshops and conferences, and we really appreciate that. Allow me to welcome and appreciate the presence of our keynote speaker for today, Professor Michael Mhlolo, who took time out of his busy schedule to come and share with us some valuable information that will help most of our students to adapt to the changing landscape as our theme states. I welcome and appreciate other keynote speakers, Professor Gumbo and Professor Makone, who will be sharing with us on Wednesday and Thursday, respectively. To masters and doctoral students who will be presenting their work, what makes this platform unique is that you will not only be presenting to the audience from your discipline. Instead, you will be presenting to a variety of audience coming from different disciplines. The test, therefore, is for you to share information in such a way that ordinary people can understand what your research is about. If we want our research to have an impact in our societies, we must present it in an accessible language. To those academics who might be in our midst, we really appreciate the feedback that you will be giving to our presenters. Colleagues, allow me to also appreciate the leadership role of our chairperson, Dr. Makhaha, who ensured that every year we hold these conferences without fail. To him and his entire committee, I say words cannot express the appreciation I have for your work. Although I will be with you today and tomorrow, I regret that I will miss Thursday's session as I will be traveling to Mpumalanga to officiate at graduations. I welcome you all and wish you a productive 3 days conference. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mlepo, for the warm welcome this morning. And we indeed honored to have you. It's just a pity that you won't be with us on the third day. Hopefully you will get some few minutes just to join the proceedings and see what's happening and hear what our students are presenting. Without wasting any time, we are moving forward with the program. I would like to call the Deputy Chairperson of the Research Forum in the region, Dr. Master Mayebane, to introduce our keynote speaker this morning. Over to you, Dr. Mayebane.
Thanks, Chairperson. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure for me to introduce our speaker this morning. Our speaker, ladies and gentlemen, holds a PhD in mathematics education from University of the Witwatersrand, that is Wits. He is NRF rated as well as a full professor of mathematics in education. The world rankings of scientists above bear testimony to his achievements. His research in that area is in the education of the mathematically gifted learners. The interest to research mathematical giftedness is driven by dichotomy, where on one hand, Africa is dogged by poor participation and performance in mathematics, yet on the other hand, there is a global
Dr. Maebane. Dr. Maebane, are you still with us?
Yes, yeah. I'm sorry about that. It's a network.
Okay. You can proceed, Doc. It seems we have lost Dr. Maebane due to network. I think I have Prof. Mustolo's bio. Let me just do the honors so that we are able to move, colleagues. Our keynote speaker this morning is Professor Michael Kainos Mhlolo, who holds a PhD in mathematics education from the University of Witwatersrand. He is an NRF-rated professor and a full professor of mathematics education, and also recognized in the world rankings for scientists, which bears testimony of his achievements. His research niche area is the education of mathematically gifted learners. The interest to research mathematically giftedness is driven by dichotomy, where on one hand, Africa is dogged by poor participation and performance in mathematics, yet on the other hand, there is global discourse that position mathematical competence as a key to the welfare of a nation in the 21st century economy. Professor Mhlolo research focus is, he is currently a member of many national and international professional bodies, including World Council for Gifted and Talented Children, International Commission of Mathematics Education, International Group for Mathematically Creative and Giftedness, as well as the International Society for Intelligence Research. Of many training programs he has participated in, one that is particularly relevant for this is the Taylor and Francis Group in association with SANLIC on avoidance rejection, how to successfully navigate the publishing process. Ladies and gentlemen, I introduce to you Professor Michael Mhlolo from the university, or from Solplaki University. Over to you, Prof. Mhlolo.
Thank you, Program Director. Yeah, I understand the network problems. We all have that. I hope you are hearing what I'm talking about.
Yes, I can hear you, Prof.
Yes, so allow me just some few seconds to show my slides so that I can then take you through with the guidance of my slides. Can you see my slides?
Yes, Prof.
Okay.
You can just put them on slide mode.
Yes,
Slideshow mode.
yes, that's what I'm going to be doing. Okay, there we begin. I have decided to give that title to my presentation since I have been privileged to be the first keynote speaker. So I'm going to start where it begins and show also that this is where it ends. In terms of research, I'm going to show the research loop guided by that topic, where I'm saying where it begins is where it ends. And that is the research loop that we would like to look at. So this is the structure of my presentation. As a facilitator, I believe in taking a position because I don't want to assume that we as researchers, we agree, all of us, on a structure of a research process. We have differences here and there, and therefore I need to take my position because that is the position from which I will be advising my fellow researchers as well as the novice researchers whom we are trying to groom into this community of practice in the form of our postgrad students. So that will be the first. I take my position as a facilitator. Then I will define research and its two broad categories because that is where it begins. From there, I will distinguish between the problem statement and the statement of the problem. I believe this is important because it then explains where you are going in as far as the research process is concerned. Then I will end up with linking the 4 chapters with the statement of the problem, hence closing the loop, as I'm calling it. Here is my disclosure. As a facilitator of this conference, I start by acknowledging that there is no standard format of academic writing that can be applied to all topics across all disciplines and in all institutions. I'm saying this because I have looked yesterday, I requested for the program, and when it came, I had the opportunity to scan through the topics that the postgrad students are presenting, and I am glad it is exactly what the program director who presented earlier was talking about. We have students who are coming from different disciplines, and we are trying to find in this conference a common ground for all, so that we are not talking about mathematics education. We are not. I have seen PhD nursing. I have seen colleagues coming from the agricultural sciences. I have seen all sorts, those who are coming from my field in mathematics education and the rest. And therefore, we are trying to find something that we call common ground, which would be acceptable or maybe generally in research. So, yeah. So, however, a recommendation from a number of researchers was that if we wish to increase the accessibility of research articles in general, then something needs to be done about the ways that these articles are written to make them easier to understand by non-specialist readers. When you read that statement, you may think the previous presenter who opened was reading my slides, but I know he wasn't. It only means we are talking common things here. We need to present our work in such a way that it is easier to understand by non-specialist readers. I am not in agricultural science. I'm not in nursing science. But when someone writes from that perspective, from a nursing science perspective, from an agricultural science perspective, we should be able, as the general readers, be able to understand what they are talking about. I have seen very complicated scientific words which are being used in some of the topics. It's very good, but I know that when we go into detail of whatever the colleague is researching about, we should be able to make sense of what they are talking about. Hence, I start by a quote. Although some may find this presentation to be unduly prescriptive, it may look prescriptive when I complete this presentation. Any researcher, however, any researcher who wishes to become a good writer should endeavor, before they allow themselves to be tempted by the more flamboyant styles, to be direct, to be simple, and to be brief. I have used before examples of footballers because I come from a football background. Before a footballer can become stylish in the way they control the ball, or even in the way they can score like Maradona without being identified as having used their hands by the referees and winning a World Cup, they start by doing what we call the basics. And therefore, this is what we are also trying to achieve. We would like our students, postgrad students, before they become stylish, become flamboyant, to be direct, to be simple, and to be brief, so that any reader who is a non-specialist in their work will be able to make sense of what it is that they are doing. So that is my position. I don't claim to be a jack of all trades, but I'm trying to present to the postgrad students as well as other colleagues who are novice junior researchers and maybe established researchers as well, that we have a common language that we speak when it comes to the research process. So let me start then by looking at what it is that we call research, because every one of us here attending this conference is doing research of some kind. And therefore, we want to start by understanding what it is that is defined as research. There are various definitions, just like any other concepts, whether in mathematics, in medicine, in what, perhaps in medicine, or they may have restrictions, but I mean, they may have, can I say, restrictive definitions, which are agreed upon, but concepts in the social sciences, by their nature, they are defined differently. So a researcher also takes a position in terms of picking from the maze of definitions that can be available and getting to follow a specific definition that helps to enhance their argument. So in this presentation, I took this definition from Liddy and Omrod. They say research is defined as the systematic process of collecting and analyzing information or data in order to increase our understanding of the phenomenon about which we are concerned or interested. I highlight the word systematic, the word concerned, about, or interested deliberately, because they lead me into the issues that I want to expand on. The term systematic implies that the procedure adopted to undertake an investigation follow a certain logical sequence. The different steps cannot be taken in a haphazard way. Instead, some procedures must follow others in a coherent way. So it's not haphazard. We have a logical sequence that we follow. Whether we are doing research in agricultural science, in mathematics education, in science education, we have a logical sequence of steps that we follow. And those steps should be coherent, as we will see later on. Hence, according to Wesley 2020, research is systematic when it follows a coherent and logical approach to investigate a specific phenomena or question. The word phenomena of concern or interest covers the purposes for both basic research as well as applied research. Basic and applied are the two broad categories into which research can be broken. In basic research, the researcher is driven by the curiosity or interest in a particular phenomenon. While we can give the example of, for example, of when Isaac Newton questioned the fall of an apple, and he wanted to understand why the apple falls horizontally going down, or sorry, vertically going down, and not horizontal. It falls going down. So the question was, why does it fall going down? Why doesn't it go sideways or whatnot? Although he was considered a joke at the time of doing that research, which was not aiming at solving any problem, he has created a world that is different from what would have been the case if he had not gone through his research on the fall of an apple. Now we talk about many things which are related to gravity, the flying of aeroplanes, the setting of satellite dishes, and so forth into space. They are all based on the phenomena, or sorry, on the concept of gravity. While applied research is conducted on the assumption that there is a problem that needs to be solved, and the research is conducted to solve this problem. In this presentation, I am clear. I want to focus more on applied research rather than basic research, the apple falling one. I'm not going to focus on that because the nature of our work, whether in educational research and in all the other fields and the topics that I've been looking at, generally, which I've been browsing through, although I didn't go into much detail, they are all guided by an aim of addressing a certain problem, whether in health, whether in agriculture, whether in mathematics, whether in physics. There is then a common element in all of them. They aim at addressing a problem of concern that we have identified. So this is the research that is set on providing answers to specific questions in a bid to provide a solution to a defined problem. So now, prior to any discussion then, because we have said applied research is about addressing a problem, it means the problem then becomes mandatory, or the starting point where it all begins, and where I will show it will also end after the loop, where we have traced the loop or the research loop, how it goes. So prior to any discussion about the problem statement, researchers should fully understand the difference and similarities between the statement of the problem and the problem statement. Those two terms, in most cases, are interchangeably used, but researchers will tell you that there is a distinction between those two, which we need to understand. There are similarities between the two, which we also need to understand, so that we are able to say, here, I am talking about a problem statement, or here, I am talking about the statement of the problem. So where is the difference, and where are the similarities? A statement of the problem is one or two sentences that outline the problem that the study addresses. The statement of the problem should briefly address the question, what is the issue of concern that the research will address? However, the problem statement is the statement of the problem and the argumentation of its viability. I go over that again. This problem statement is the statement of the problem and the argumentation for its viability. So you see, there is already a difference. The problem statement is broader. The statement of the problem is narrower, is contained inside. If we were going to use set notation, we would say the statement of the problem is a subset of the problem statement. Because the problem statement is broader, it wants you to state what the issue is, as well as argue for why we must be concerned about solving that which you are calling the statement of the problem. So the problem statement is much broader because it includes the argumentation for the viability of the statement of the problem which you have stated. So let's get that straight. The statement of the problem is a subset of the problem statement. I think in short, that's how I can put it. But the justification is there. You need to state the problem. You need to argue for its viability. In the process, you will have given us what we call a problem statement. Creswell 2005 observed that the problem statement should A, be stated in the introduction or introductory sections of this research manuscript and provide the rationale, which is the justification for its importance by developing justifications for studying it. That is how we should visualize or conceptualize the problem statement. So, statement of the problem defined. Now I'm defining the statement of the problem, not problem statement. So according to Zygmunt, Barbie, Carr, and Griffin, a researchable problem, which we call the statement of the problem, occurs where there is a discrepancy, which is illogical, which is surprising, which is unexpected, between the current conditions and a more preferable set of conditions. In other words, there is a gap that exists between the way things are now and the way things could be better. So a researchable problem P is one where a discrepancy exists between the expected E and the actual situation. All right. So in short, problem equals to expected position or minus or the gap between the expected position and the actual position. The discrepancy raises questions why, and there are more than one possible answers to the question. How to write that problem statement? Despite there being no specific length, I've already said this when I was giving my positionality. A problem, a statement needs not be long and elaborate. One page is more than enough for a good problem statement. However, irrespective of the length of this statement, a persuasive problem statement is usually written in 3 parts. I keep underlining problem statement is written in 3 parts. Which are the 3 parts? Part A is a description of the ideal scenario. Describe the goals, desired state, or the values that are considered important and that are relevant to the problem. If I took the example from my field of mathematics education, we are aware that in the 21st knowledge-based economy, mathematics and science have come to dominate what is expected to be good schooling. In the absence of talking about maths and science, and they talk about other issues about enrollments, about pass rates, in general, you are said to be missing the point. So we are expecting the learners to do well in mathematics to do well in science. However, when we look at the actual statistics, they show us that is not the case. So that is a desirable state we expect, we would like, we would wish the learners could pass in mathematics and in science. However, so we are describing the ideal scenario when we do that. But we connect that scenario which we have described in the first part and using a term such as but, however, unfortunately, or in spite of. So how do we connect then with part B or part 2, the reality of the situation, the statement of the problem? This is where it is. So we describe a condition that prevents the goal, the state or value discussed in statement 1 from being achieved or realized at the present time. Learners are failing mathematics. Therefore, that expectation we have in A is hindered, or it is prevented from happening because the actual situation or the reality on the ground is learners are not doing well. Then we can give the statistics to justify actually that we have a problem. So we are now giving what I call the statement of the problem within the problem statement. This is a statement about an area of concern, a condition to be improved, a difficulty to be eliminated, or a troubling question that exists in scholarly literature, in theory, or in practice that points to the need for meaningful understanding and deliberate investigation. Statement of the problem. Part B. Part 3. We are now saying this is part 3, not of the statement of the problem, but part 3 of the problem statement, which includes the ideal, part A, part B, the actual statement of the problem, part C or part 3, the consequences for the audience. In other words, we are trying to say what will happen if we don't address that problem. Hence, the issue here, we are saying our research then gets justified. We must do this research because if this problem is not addressed, there are consequences for the audience. So by situating the ideal scenario E next to the situation as it exists, A, the actual, the statement of the problem, you can not only persuade the reader that a problem exists, but beyond that persuasion, you then go on to emphasize the consequences of ignoring or addressing the problem. So using specific details, you show how the situation in statement 2 contains little promise of improvement unless something is done. Then emphasize the benefits of your research by projecting the consequences of possible solutions as well. You are not suggesting the solutions as yet, but you are saying you are embarking on your research on the conviction, or you are convinced that you will provide some possible solution in the end when you have conducted your research. So here is an example. I've taken this, the colleagues who are in nursing science may find this very relevant, but I was not favoring them because I prepared this long before I knew they were going to be people from the nursing science. But it gives us an example which can be generalized to all other areas where we can see the example of what I'm called the expected, the actual, and consequences, which then give rise to a justification, or can I say a comprehensive image of what we call a problem statement. Here it goes. Example 1. Breastfeeding is vital for an infant's development and survival as it reduces morbidity and mortality from diarrhea. Please, I'm not sure about that spelling. The colleagues who come from nursing science, you can correct that spelling, diarrhea, but I hope you understand what I'm talking about. Pneumonia and malnutrition, particularly in infants under 5 years. So breastfeeding is vital. Breastfeeding also reduces the risk of childhood obesity and fosters cognitive development. Furthermore, it confers health benefits to mothers, including reduced risk of cancers, breast, ovarian, and so forth, hypertension and diabetes. The World Health Organization, WHO, and the United Nations Children's Fund recommend exclusive breastfeeding, EBF, of infants from birth to 6 months, followed by the introduction of nutritious and safe complementary foods with continued breastfeeding for at least 2 years. The United Nations policy brief on the UN Decade of Action on Nutrition includes 5 targets to eradicate all types of malnutrition, as well as 6 targets to improve maternal, child health, and nutrition by 2025. Target 5 on breastfeeding aims to increase exclusive EBF or exclusive breastfeeding rates to at least 50% by 2025. Ideally, therefore, we expect that all mothers should breastfeed their infants for full 2 years or even longer. There is the ideal. There is the expected situation in as far as breastfeeding is concerned. But what is the issue then? The statement of the problem, which is the actual state of affairs. However, in 2016, South Africa recorded 67.3% of infants initiating breastfeeding within 1 hour of birth, and only 31% being exclusively breastfed, with a mean exclusive breastfeeding duration of 2.9 months, the lowest rates on the African continent. There is the statement of the problem. One of the challenges now, we are saying, what will happen if this problem is not addressed? The consequences. One of the challenges highlighted in the research is that these factors have disproportionately affected HIV-positive mothers, mainly located in rural and peri-urban areas of South Africa, where not breastfeeding was associated with increased risk of serious infections, chronic diarrhea, lower respiratory tract infections, and death. Those are the consequences. Further research is therefore needed to understand why mothers are not breastfeeding their children. I've given you a typical example, which is not located. If I had given you one that I'm passionate about in mathematics education, you would have thought perhaps I'm biased because I'm so passionate about that field, but I didn't. I chose something that we can relate to, all of us, even if we are not in science or nursing science education or nursing science, we come from different backgrounds, but I think the way this problem statement is articulated will give you a picture of what we are trying to achieve when we say a problem statement should be given in 3 parts, which show part A, what is expected, the expected scenario, part B, the statement of the problem, which is the actual, and part C, the consequences if that problem is not addressed. Hence the comprehensive, can I say, summary? I say this is a summary, colleagues, because while I've given this in 3 paragraphs, one of the skills that we must develop in research is the ability to expand and the ability to contract. So I can expand this to 1 page of a first paragraph, 1 page of the second, and so forth. Or I can contract in an abstract 1 sentence for the first paragraph, one sentence for the second paragraph, one sentence for the consequence. I have 3 sentences. So the ability to expand, the ability to contract is one we must deal with because it's part of the trend of writing in academic work. So there are various questions and reasons that can be raised about what I've just said. As we can see, one, there is a discrepancy between the expected and the actual behavior of mothers. Therefore, we can say that a researchable problem exists. This problem raises several questions as well as several possible reasons why mothers are not breastfeeding their babies. E.g., there might be mothers who do not have breast milk, enough breast milk after their first months. We have situations like that. The milk is not there. It's one of the reasons why she is not breastfeeding. The second could be mothers have some infection or a disease on their breast or a nip, which hampers breastfeeding for a longer duration. Doctor says stop breastfeeding because you have an infection. The third one, mothers are working far from home. That could be another contributory factor, and they have no breastfeeding time. So you could have a research which is based on how the work environments have an impact on the mother's breastfeeding, the ability of mothers to breastfeed. Because we have one reason there, which is clear, which is work-related. Mothers working from home and they are not being given time to go and breastfeed. The fourth one, the babies do not tolerate breast milk. There are people who are like that. And historically, we hear that kings were never breastfed. I don't know, for some cultural reasons, it was thought that breastfeeding was not okay for a king. So those are cultural beliefs. So someone can do a research on that. The mother may have a total dislike for breastfeeding. And this is common with the youth, today's youth. They don't want to hear a girl who is 16 years old has just had a baby. For them to accept that they are now mothers who must really be seen breastfeeding is something that is not consistent with their age group. So it could be one reason why they totally dislike breastfeeding. The last one, there could be some cultural beliefs about breastfeeding which inhibit the mother from breastfeeding. This, I can relate to that in detail from my cultural background. There are certain cultures which expose mothers' secrets, which in turn can encourage them to stop breastfeeding. I have no time to talk about it in detail. I could preach the whole 2 hours about that particular aspect. But all I am saying is, as you can see from how I have presented this problem statement, there are various questions, various reasons why the mothers are not breastfeeding. And each one of these and many more could be the focus of your study. For example, the last one, you could focus on what are the cultural beliefs that inhibit mothers from breastfeeding their children. What are the age groups? Maybe the second one, which is to do with the age groups. What are the age groups which are at risk of not breastfeeding their children, and how can we support them? Second, the babies do not tolerate breast milk. So what other reasons can be there that we can study? Perhaps what would be the issue with the babies? Perhaps the nursing science people can embark on a study like that. In short, I'm saying a good problem statement raises various questions and answers which allow people with the same topic on breastfeeding to do different studies. Some are looking at the mothers who do not have enough breast milk. What causes that? How can they be supported? Some are looking from the same perspective, cultural beliefs that hinder mothers from breastfeeding. So we have the same topic, but we are going in different directions in terms of the purpose of your study. So the proposal section then of your problem statement may contain several possible solutions to the problem, but it is important to remember that it does not need to identify a specific solution. You are embarking on an investigation, so you don't have a specific solution, but you are hoping and looking forward to getting somewhere to address the problem that you have identified. So the purpose proposal section should be to guide the project team on how they can research, investigate, and resolve the problem. So why is this important, the problem statement? First of all, the problem statement is important for what I refer to as external coherence. One cannot place value on research without a clear understanding of first why that research had been conducted, the statement, the problem statement. In the case of reported research, at least part of the answer to why lies in the need to publish. That's one of the reasons. In order to earn a degree, like most of us who are doing postgrad studies, we want to publish, we want to earn a degree, we want to earn tenure at work, we want to get promoted. All those are part of the reasons why we do, why the problem statement is important, because by doing so, we can publish, by doing so, we can do a research which ends as a degree and so forth. However, the other part of what makes research of interest is how it will impact future research. The impact is what I am referring to as the external coherence. It has impact on what? The importance of the problem statement must be seen in terms of its impact. How does it impact the stakeholders, the audience, and not the author? This impact is most clearly evidenced by addressing a problem that is of impact. So the problem, the second reason why the problem statement is important is to build. Now, when I say internal, I'm not talking about the research process itself, not the impact outside with stakeholders, the results, and so forth. Within itself, the research process is held together by the problem statement, because it is the one that keeps the whole chapters, the different chapters, coherent, as you will see later on. The research problem serves as the starting point for the research and is a unifying thread that runs through all the elements of the research endeavor, all the chapters. So without some sort of statement of problem, the scientists can really go further and expect the work to be fruitful. The research problem also serves as the basis for the interrelatedness of the distinct elements entailed in the research. This is going to be my last slide. I'm hoping I'm within the time. Yeah. And therefore, it gives me the argument, or now I enhance the argument. When I started off, I asked the question, or I said, where it begins is where it ends. And the question was, where does it begin? It begins in one, the problem identification, right? That's where we start. That's where there is the need for change. After that, we collect data and information. In two, I want us to understand there are two chapters already which are involved or which have been put together in what we call collecting data and information. For me, the information part is where we are talking about the review of related literature. We collect information to show that there is a problem. Then we will go in the field, which is chapter 3, to collect data to address the problem. Then we interpret the findings, suggestions for changes in relation to the problem. Then we have action. which are our recommendations, changes, implementation, and then we reflect on the plan of implemented changes, modification of the plan in relation to the problem. Hence, I'm arguing that it starts in the problem statement. It ends in the problem statement. We must start by identifying the problem of concern. We show through a literature review why it is a problem, because I know in the introductory chapter, you won't be able to give us all the statistics, all the research that has been done related to the problem of breastfeeding. So you do it in chapter 2. Then you go in the field, you collect data with tools which are helping you to address the research problem. Then you go into the interpretation of the findings with relation to the statement of the problem. Then you go to the action you implement in order to test whether that solution has been found or not in relation to the statement of the problem. Hence, you reflect on the plan of implemented changes, then you modify of the plan. The research process is complete, all guided by number one, problem statement. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I end there for today, and I would encourage colleagues then to raise questions for me through the chair. And thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Prof. Mhlolo. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give Prof some round of applause for this profound presentation. And without wasting any time, I will start noting hands for questions. At the same time, if we have colleagues from our attendees who wants to ask questions, don't worry, the technical team will enable your mics so that you are able to ask your questions. Questions, colleagues, to Prof. Mhlolo? I see the hand from Dr. Makhaha. You can start, Dr. Makhaha, while we are waiting for others.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my sincere gratitude to Prof. Mhlolo for his thought-provoking presentation. This presentation is, what can I say? He said mouthful, because he unpacked the whole thesis in 30 minutes for one to have an understanding as to what has to be done or what is expected when one is conducting a study. Prof, we mostly, if I can say that are confusing the problem statement and the statement of the problem. Because one might think that when somebody says the statement of the problem and the problem statement, we are referring to the same thing. And today you clarified it that we need to understand the distinctions between the two. So you have really maybe made it explicit to us that whenever we plan to embark on the study, or maybe we conceptualize a study, and then what are the most key areas that one should look at. The way you have unpacked the problem statement and the statement of the problem, we really need to conceptualize the study intensely for one to be consistent throughout, because the study is flawed if the problem is not well explicit, the problem is not well conceptualized, and also not knowing the checklist of the problem statement. What is the checklist? Because once one has a checklist, you'll be able to know that I am now at the end of my journey. But if I don't have a checklist, at some point I'll always be circumlocucious. I'll be always going back and forth, and also being repetitive, because I mix my points, I mix my facts. I don't know how to put the facts straight. With my students, I normally ask them that when you conduct a study, what is bothering you? Bothering you is statement of the problem. What is bothering me? What intrigues me to conduct a study? It means that once I know what intrigues me to conduct a study, I will be able to even know how this problem is going to be addressed. So you have touched three things. The expected scenario, the actual scenario, and the consequences. And these are the most important things that makes a problem statement much stronger. Because if they are not maybe revealed in the problem statement, it makes the problem statement to be flawed, because it does not have the gist of what is it that has to be focused on. Because whatever we are doing in the research, we are responding to the research question. I really appreciate the way you have unpacked the expected scenario, we unpacked the actual scenario and the consequences. At some point, when we talk about the research problem in our space, sometimes we are talking about the ideal situation. Is the one that I saw you giving an example when you illustrate the expected problem, that what is the ideal situation when we talk about the research problem, and then what is the current situation, and you also touched at that point, and then what is the intent situation, where it also incorporate the consequences. I really appreciate the way you have unpacked it, and I wish the presentation is going to help our students maybe to go and reflect, because in each and every presentation, we encourage students to go back to their work and maybe to do some additions, because whatever you learn in the workshop or in the conference needs one to go back and tidy up the study while still fresh, so that at the end of the day you even know that this problem statement at the end, no one will be challenging me about this. There will be maybe some gaps, but will be minor gaps that maybe will just need to be maybe to be closed. But you will know that 80% of the work is done. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Mahaha. maybe we can go to Dr. Mayebane before we can give Prof. Mohlolo a chance to respond. Dr. Mayebane, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks very much, Prof, for wonderful presentations. You really, met my expectations because most of our students are struggling with the problem statement, more especially the expected, the actual, and the consequences. When you read the problem statement, you cannot find all of those three, only maybe the actual. Mostly you can find only the actual, not expected, not the consequences. So thanks very much. But maybe if you can just maybe try to highlight how significance of the study fit into these three variables, which is expected, actual, and consequence. Because most of the students, they think the consequences is included in the significance of the study. If maybe you can just clarify that to me. Thanks, Prof.
Thank you, Doctor. Maybe we can give Prof. Mohlolo to respond before we move to Dr. Molepo.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and thank you, colleagues who have raised. The first one, I don't think it was a question. Doc was just commenting on the presentation, and thank you for that comment. The second is the question of the significance of the study. Doc, I must be honest with you. In the assumption that I made, I was saying there's no way I can be able to do a complete justice to the whole research process, including the literature review, the tools themselves, and all the sections. Given the time limit, my aim was really to focus on that which I might call the axle around which all the other chapters revolve is the statement of the problem. Yes, I do agree. You need to justify now why your research must be done, but perhaps part of it is covered slightly. Remember, this problem statement is found in the introductory chapter. Therefore, it usually is not as long as we would have wanted it to be. So it is very brief, but not very brief, but in the introductory chapter. Hence, we expect somewhere outside the introductory chapter, for example, in the literature review there, you cite some statistics showing the problem itself, the magnitude of the problem, and perhaps somewhere in there, you also show some kind of justification for the studies. Yes, Doc, I do agree. My presentation, and I admit, my presentation was not focusing on all the other areas. I'm also hoping that the other colleagues will touch on the other sections. They are keynote speakers who are coming after me, one tomorrow, one the day after. I'm hoping they will cover other sections which will include the justification of the study. But yes, Doc, I do agree. In my focus, I was more interested in articulating this animal, which is called the problem statement, because it is the axle, like I have argued, around which all the other chapters will revolve. Your literature review is insufficient if it does not show us, in fact, there is a problem. You might have a statement or two or three in the introductory chapter, but that is not sufficient if I don't see the evidence in the literature review of the existence of the problem, its magnitude, what other people have done, hence creating what we may call the gap in the research. All that is created in the literature review. And then we go to the methodology. We are also saying in the methodology section, the tools that you develop, they must be focused on answering the research questions which you have raised in the introductory chapter. and the findings must be related to that. There is a lot that I could have talked about, Doc, but in the interest of time, I did focus on what I considered the beginning and the end of the research process, which is really the driving or the axle around which all the other chapters will revolve, and that is the problem statement. With each statement of the problem and the justification thereof, why the consequences, why it must be done.
Thank you very much, Prof. Dr. Molepo has lowered his hand and proceeded to write on the chat that Dr. Maevan's question is what he needed clarity on in order not to confuse the problem statement and significance. And there's also a request from Tumelo Mabane. Thanks for insightful and informative presentation. Hope it will be necessary to have the presentation slide. Basically, it's a request for your presentation slide.
My slides are always available, Doc. So I will make them available. I'll send them, and then you can distribute them with pleasure.
Thank you very much, Prof. There's also, there's a hand again from Dr. Mahaha. Over to you, Dr. Mahaha.
No, thanks. I won't be long. I just want to appreciate the preparation of what Prof has done for today, because we know research is very challenging, and when attending most of the workshops, we mostly bombard maybe students with a lot of information that maybe ultimately may confuse some of them not to have progress. I think the chunk that Prof focused on is going to benefit most of them. Taking them into chunks, I think, is going to assist most of our students. That's what we are also doing in our research tutorial lessons, to take them one by one, knowing how to write a background, focusing only on the background, so that when one leaves the platform, we'll be able to reflect on what exactly is expected when you write a background, when you formulate a research problem, when you formulate a significance, when you formulate a research methodology. So this is very important and is informative to most of the students, because we know that we learn differently. I think taking them by chance is helping a lot, Prof, and we thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I see we do not have hands for questions or comments from the platform. Thank you very much, Prof, for the insightful presentation, informative one that you shared with us this morning. I don't know if you have final comments before we can proceed with our program.
No, I don't have. I will always appreciate the opportunity to share perhaps also that journey, because we traveled that journey in a similar way that, or maybe in a ways of a way that some of our students are following the same journey. So I don't want to pretend it's a journey that is easy. And that's why the PhD has all its various names, permanent head damage and all that stuff. They come from the realization that it's a journey which is not easy to travel, but the overall comment that I always leave with my students is that if John did it, why can't you did it? Which means it's not impossible. We were not unique. We were students who were in the same category and the same predicament in which you find yourselves. So it is doable. We did it. You can do it also. Now it's your turn to do it. Go for it. It's doable. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. And I believe this is not the last time that we have you as a region and as an institution. We will be knocking to your doors. I can see there's also a comment from Ms. Millicent Kosi, who appreciates the clarity that you have brought in terms of the problem statement, which is very much helpful to all of us. We'll definitely be coming back, and we know that there's a lot that you still have to share with us, as much as the other professors or keynote speakers who will be sharing with us in the next 2 days. Colleagues, without any waste of time, the time now it's 9:49. We will be going to our health break just to stretch so that we don't spend the whole morning seated and in front of us of our screens. We'll take a 10 minutes health break, then we will return at 10. May I request that we return, it's 5 minutes health break, we return at 5 to 10 to start with our paper presentations. 5 minutes health break, then we are coming back at 5 to 10. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. We are proceeding with our program. We are moving straight to the presentations. Before we start with the presentations, I just want to check if our program directors have joined us, Ms. Mikateko Sitole and Mr. Tabang Buhupa, if they are already in the platform so that they can take over and proceed. Tabang and Mkateko. Okay, seemingly they still have challenges with connectivity. We are proceeding, colleagues, to the first presentation of the day. Ms. Munama, colleagues, just as a reminder, those who have their mics enabled to kindly keep them shut so that we do not disturb the proceedings. Again, to let colleagues know that the proceedings, today's proceedings, are also live on YouTube. You can like the institutional student support, UNISA Student Support Services YouTube page, then you will be joining the proceedings live on YouTube for the next 3 days. Next on our program, it's a presentation from one of our students. I've been reminded to remind colleagues and presenters, to remind colleagues, especially our panel of academics, that we are required to at least have 3 responses or reviews from the panel of academics. Next on our platform, it's a presentation from Tumelo Mabane, who is an MND student or an MEd student, Master of Education, Educational Management, and the title of his presentation is The Role of Principal as an Instructional Leader in Student Achievement, a case of Kagiso Trust intervention in Sekhukhune East Secondary Schools. Over to you, Tumelo.
Morning, everybody. I'm trying to share my slide. I don't know whether you are able to see my slide. Are you able
Not
to
up.
see? Sorry?
It's not yet up.
Okay.
Maybe in the meantime, you can just open your camera, Tumelo, so that people can see who is presenting while we are waiting for your slides to come up.
Okay. Okay, I'm trying. Are you able to see me? Are you able to see me on the screen?
Yes, we can see.
Are you able? Okay. Are you also able to see my slides?
The slides are not yet up. How many screens are you using, Tumelo?
It's only one. I think it's only one. I don't know whether I do have two, but I think it's only one. I'm not sure.
Okay, yes, your presentation is up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Start on my screen. I'm not able to see.
You can close the camera, then start with your presentation, sir.
Okay. Okay. As you can see, good morning, everybody, including professors, doctors, and everybody, the organizers, even my colleagues. As you can see, my name is displayed on my slides. Are you able to see my slides, all of you? Is it displayed? Hello?
Yes, we can see, Tumelo. You can proceed.
Okay. Let me continue. Okay. Okay, my title, as you can see, this is I'm still on the research proposal stage. It's not yet a complete research in my case. As you can see, the title of my research is the role of the principal as instructional leader in student achievement, the case of Kagiso Trust intervention at Sekhukhune East District Secondary Schools. Firstly, I would like to start with the introduction.
Sorry, Mr. Program Director, am I the only one who is still on the first page? Because we want to see the title as well.
Okay. Are you able to see it?
Now I am. Thank you.
Okay. I was saying I was still on the research proposal stage. This is the title, the role of the principal as instruction leader in student achievement, the case of Kagiso Trust intervention at Sekhukhune East Secondary Schools. Before we go further, let us get the meaning of the word, the key word in our case, which is instructional leadership. According to Bush, as cited in Oppress, Nitas, Minas, Bonkart, Quip, and Bonkart 2023, describe instructional leader as the principal's efforts to foster improvement in teaching and learning, meaning the goals and the choices. It seems as if my slides have disappeared. Are you able to see it?
Yes.
Sorry, we are not able to see it. I now see the slide by Dauda, PhD candidate. Not that
it
one.
seems as if somebody has interfered in my presentation. I don't know. Somebody has interfered in my presentation.
Can you please reshare the presentation, Mr. Maban?
Okay.
Your presentation is up. I think you can move to the slide where we last lost you. Yes.
Okay. I was saying before we continue further, we need to understand the key word in our case is instructional leadership. Instructional leadership. According to the authors, they've described the instructional leadership as the principal's effort to foster the improvement in teaching and learning, meaning the goals and the choices made by the principal regarding teaching and learning are also included in this action. This means that to enhance instruction and learning, the principal should provide teachers and learners with guidelines, resources, and support. It is clear that the principal has a big influence on both teaching and learning. And there is this British proverb that I like the most that says, a fish rot from the head down. That means when the organization fails, it is the leadership that is the root cause. Or bad leaders harm organization, or a bad leader can cause an organization to deteriorate. Background and motivation. The importance of education worldwide cannot be overemphasized. Nelson Mandela once said, education is the most powerful weapon which we can use to change the world. That means education is a phase of development in everyone's life. However, there's no denying that South Africa's education system is in disarray. South African learners perform poorly in practically every foreign assessment, and they are ill-equipped for life after school. Even more sadly, Black children are more extremely affected by low level of education they receive in schools. Milonzo and Marongo also claim that some of the challenges that the South African education system face include a lack of resources, qualified human resources, staff development programs, supervision, coordination, induction, and curricular and instructional expertise by the principals. These issues, among many others, have affected the performance of National Senior Certificate, which is grade 12 learners in rural schools in Sekhukhune East District, Limpopo Province. Some of these schools have failed to achieve at least 50% pass rate in the past 3 years, from 2020 to 2022, despite intervention by various stakeholders such as Kagiso Trust. Research problems. As you all know, principals are expected to be instructional leaders in their schools by focusing most of their time and energy on ensuring quality teaching and learning. However, there is a continuous underperformance at specific schools in the East District of Sekhukhune, Limpopo Province, South Africa. This is despite the joint effort of various stakeholders to change the situation. These schools, to the disappointment of the stakeholders, failed to achieve at least 50% pass rate in the past 3 years. That is from 2020 to 2022. Evidence from the 2022 grade 12 results at some of these schools. No learner had passed at the level that is required to be admitted to university, and this was disappointing to the Sekhukhune East District and Limpopo Department of Education in particular. Studies conducted on the role of principal as instructional leader in learner achievement include those by Mohale, 2014, which focused on the role of the principal as instructional leader at 3 schools in the Mutupi circuit, Limpopo. A study by Dongo, 2006, which focused on the principal's instructional leadership role towards creating effective teaching and learning at 2 high schools in Ivory Park Township, and a study by Paul, 2017, which focused on the instructional leadership role of the principal in independent school. However, no study was carried out focusing on the role of the principal as instructional leader in improving learner achievement in secondary schools of Sekhukhune East District. It is against this background that this study is conducted, with the main aim of determining whether the Sekhukhune East principals effectively fulfill their tasks as instructional leaders. The research question. The main research question here is the first one. The main research question: what is the instructional role of the principal in the Sekhukhune East District? Sub-questions. Question number 1: what can principal do to ensure that they fulfill their tasks as instructional leaders? What is the relationship between the instructional leadership and student performance? What are the challenges which principals face when endeavoring to be instructional leaders? The objectives, the purpose of the study. The aim of the research is to explore the role of the principal as instructional leaders on student achievement in Sekhukhune East District, Limpopo Province. The research methodology, research approach and design. This study will be based on the qualitative research approach. Interpretivism is the relevant paradigm. This paradigm is relevant because it is about epistemology that advocates that it is necessary for the researcher to understand human roles as social actors and the meaning the human gives this role. Paradigm, as we all know, are the conceptions or belief of different individuals about social reality, which are motivated by the varied social background of the world around them. In this study, the case study design will be adopted. A case study, according to COMS 2022, is a methodological research strategy used to produce a thorough understanding of current problem or phenomena in a confined system. Sampling. The researcher will use a purposive sampling approach to choose 5 principals from underperforming schools in the Sekhukhune East District. The participants will be quoted as follows: Principal of School 1 SP1, Principal of School 2 SP2, Principal of School 3 SP3, until the Principal of School 5 SP5. The researcher will divide the sample into 3 categories. The first category will be for the principal from school 1 and 2, the second for principal from school 3 and 4, and third for principal from school 5. Data collection. The researcher will use 3 main methods of gathering data in this study, namely interviews, observation, and document analysis. The researcher will utilize a variety of approaches to obtain data because they believe that finding from the several sources will be much more convincing than findings from a single source. Moreover, the researcher will also use some government documents to support the data gathered through observation and interviews. Qualitative manner. Interviews, document analysis, and observation will be used to compile the qualitative data. In document analysis, the following documents will be analyzed: diagnostic report, mark sheets, and quarterly and yearly schedules. The researcher will then analyze data from semi-structured interviews and documentary analysis simultaneously. The data from semi-structured interviews will be recorded on a tape and transcribed into data set. The data from the interviews will be typed up by the researcher in order to divide the data into manageable parts. These transcripts will then be read. Important category will be identified, will be sorted and grouped according to similar concepts. The findings will then be reported. Since this is a method of triangulation, both the ethical consideration, access to the research site. Before the researcher assumes the research work, permission to inform consent. This will be done by writing to individual participants to request an interview with them. In all letters that will be written to individual participants, they will clearly outline the purpose of the study, benefit, risk, and funding behind the study before they agree or decline to join. Confidentiality and anonymity to ensure maximum confidentiality level. Instead of naming the schools, they will be labeled as School A until School E. The participant will be quoted as follows: P1 until P5 for principals. Care and dignity. Participants who may experience a sign of distress as a result of their participation in this study will be referred to psychologists. Conflict of interest. The researcher will declare any conflict of interest they might have during the study.
Was conducted, because at times as supervisors we go and check yes, what you are saying is correct, and mostly we find that you are not correct. There might be many studies,
And
Yes. Yeah, this is the title. Are
the
you
role
able to
of
see it?
I know it might be a concept thing that belongs to your discipline in this area, but it says the role of the principal as an instructional leader in student achievement. When I read that part, as an outsider, I think that you are only concerned has got 10 schools, and 7 schools did not manage to achieve 50%. Get that. The reader would want the specifics to see to what extent the problem is in terms of achievement. Now, go to the problem statement. And I'm glad that we just had a presentation about the problem statement, and you. Okay, the first one, principals are expected to be instructional leaders. The second one, continuous underperformance at specific schools. You may need to be specific there. I think it's good, but shouldn't that form part of your background information instead of a problem statement? But I'm glad that you are saying no study, what the title said there. All I'm saying is that then to beef up your problem statement, what is likely to happen if nothing happens, if no intervention is done or no research is conducted? I think this is something that I've learned from the earlier presentation today. Then you spoke about 3 data collection methods, which is, if you can go there, which is face-to-face. Can you go to the data collection method slide? You spoke about data, face-to-face, you spoke about observation, you spoke about document analysis.
Yes. In the school, whether learners are well disciplined or not, what really learner performance.
Observation involved, because you don't want only to find that you.
I'll move to the research questions as I've read them. You are trying to understand what can principals do to ensure that they fulfill their tasks, and what is the relationship between instructional leadership, and then lastly, what are the challenges which principals face when endeavoring to be instructional leaders? I find them to be generic questions. Now, my challenge and something interesting which I just want to understand, you are targeting the worst 5 performing principals in Sekhukhune District East. Thank you so much.
Okay. I get your information. But since it's a problem, we want to understand their problem. What is it that they are doing wrong that lead to their worst performance? So, since this is the problem, we want to find a solution for the problem. That is why I decided to do a research focusing on this topic. So that is the problem that we are encountering at Sekhukhune. Even if you go through the slides and the news that I've just put on the slides, it says this, the worst performing. So by by understanding their problems, will assist us to come up with the solution or the recommendation that will lead to
So you can't as being harsh, and you'll forgive me. it's just in the interest of time that I just want to zoom straight into the issues. There is positive things that have been reflected in this presentation, but I'm only really focusing on the know that. And if we know that,
Thank you for that information.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Luma.
Thank you, Program Director. I think Dr. Vlepo also covered some of the things on the research questions that I wanted to ask, but I would like also to concur with what Tabang is saying. Especially your heading. I would like for you to go back to your topic, poor performance, why the students are performing very bad in that you
Mr. Mabane. And I know that this is not only to benefit him, but also switch off your camera.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you. I'm not sure if it's still coming up, but I've started sharing it.
I'll let you know as soon as it is up.
Okay. All right.
Is it up by your side, sir?
No, it doesn't. That's why it's just displayed on my screen, and it says that the presentation is loading. I think it's trying to upload it on the Teams. The file is already placed. I'm sorry about that. Oh, it says loading. Is it possible for me to just send it to you? I don't know if, yeah, it's loading now. Yeah, it's coming up. I don't know if you can see the slide now.
Yes, we can see the slide, sir. You can proceed with your presentation.
I'm trying to see how I can make it to be bigger. Which option must I go to? Mr. Bafana, how can I make it to be big on my side here? Right, presenter view.
I think it's the way you have opened it. I've noticed you have opened it from cloud platform. It was saved on OneDrive. If you don't mind, I can share it from my side.
Is it big enough now?
Looks fine from my side, colleagues.
Yes, you can proceed with the presentation. You can just go back to the beginning and start with the presentation.
Oh, okay, awesome. Thank you for that. Right. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Idris Dauda. I'll be presenting my study on phytoextraction of polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons and cadmium contaminated soils using Jatropha and sorghum bicolor for biofuel production. I'm a PhD candidate from the College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences. So I'm going to start my study, my presentation with the background and the introduction. So the expanding world population is directly proportional to growing environmental pollution, sustainable energy, and food production are of major concern. It is so because it is predicted that the population of the world will reach 9.7 billion by 2050. And maintaining global sustainability while ensuring energy and food security is a challenge. So as a result of industrial development, heavy metals such as cadmium and other organic pollutants like polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons are hazardous byproducts of industries which are continuously being released into the environment due to their industrial usage. So now we want to look at the sources of PAH and cadmium exposure. As you can see on this slide, there are natural sources and anthropogenic sources of PAH and cadmium. One of the industrial sources of PAH are power generation, cement manufacturing, coke production and burning, various chemical manufacturing, including rubber and tire manufacturing and burning. We also have the mobile sources. So these include the accidental spill of oil and its derivatives, burning of wood and fossil fuels. We also have the domestic sources of PAH, which is coal cooking, wood cabbage burning, and tobacco and cigarette smoking. This is also part of sources of PAH. We have agricultural sources, which is the use of pesticides and the waste burning of agricultural sources. And the natural sources of PAH also include volcanic eruptions, which is very minimal compared to the anthropogenic sources of PAH. Now, talking about the sources of cadmium, cadmium also has its own natural sources, which include forest fire and wastewater. And I want to emphasize on this wastewater because it's part of the problem statement of my study, because there's a global trend towards the agricultural practices involving sewage irrigation. So thus contamination of farmland as a result of using this does not only affect the crop production, but also endanger the human health through the food chain. So agricultural contamination is a major source of exposure for non-smokers, especially in the United States and China, where it is prevalent across agricultural surfaces. Then we have volcanic eruption, we have weathering of rocks and blowing of the dust that has already settled on the surface of the earth. Then we have the anthropogenic sources of industrial usage, mining, electroplating, and painting and use in the factories. Now we go to the effect of these PAH exposure. So when talking about the effect of pH exposure, we have this increase the soil toxicity. So when the soil toxicity of it occur, it means that the plants will not be able to grow on it anymore, except some certain plants that we refer to as hyperaccumulator plant species, which I'm going to talk about it later. It also causes nausea and eye irritation in humans, gene mutation and cell damaging. PAH is known to be carcinogenic agent, meaning that if you are exposed to PAH, you are likely going to develop some various types of cancer. So there's a reduction in aesthetic attraction because, for example, if the oil spill in an environment now is going to become like an eyesore for people not to be able to like what they are seeing. It's a threat to biodiversity because once a plant is unable to grow in a polluted environment, it means different plants and different animals that feed or make that environment to be their home, they're going to live. And that is also going to lead to loss of soil fertility. So that is why we say that if pH exposure exceeds the acceptable limit, it is said that there is 45% chance of carcinogenic risk. So
Mr. Dauda? Mr. Dauda, are you still with us? You are muted.
can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Sorry. So I'm going to proceed now to effect of cadmium exposure. So as we can see on this slide, there are various types of effect of cadmium exposure if someone is exposing to it. We have the one for the plant and also for the humans. So it's going to lead to germination delay. So when you grow on a particular field where this cadmium has already been contaminated, it's going to lead to germination delay and a membrane damage of the plant and improper food immobilization. It's also going to lead to mineral leakage and all various different types of effect that this is going to have on the plant. Consequently, cadmium poisoning also affects the kidney, the skeletal system, reproductive system, and the respiratory system. And that is why it is said that low levels of exposure to cadmium may lead to the damages to the kidney, liver, skeletal system, and cardiovascular system, as being displayed on this chart above, as well as deterioration of the sight and hearing. So along with the strong teratogenic and mutagenic effects related to cadmium, it is also adverse. It also shows adverse effect at low doses on both human male and female reproduction and affect pregnancy or its outcomes, according to Kumar and Sharma 2019. Now I want to looking at the research aims of why this study is being carried out. So this study aims to investigate not only the potential of Staphylococcus and sorghum bicolor for restoration of PAH cadmium contaminated soils, but also interested in phyto extraction and phytotoxicity mechanisms, as well as their potential for biofuel production post-remediation. That is, if at the end of the studies, we're still going to able to extract biofuel from these two plants. Because why do we need to do this? Because if contaminants or pollutants enter the environment, be it soil, water, and air, there's a need to remediate these areas. So phyto extraction with hyperaccumulator plant species is being investigated for the uptake and translocation of heavy metal contamination in various media. The next slide now display the picture of Jatropha coccus. This is a multi-purpose tropical and subtropical drought-resistant shrub with potential for biodiesel production and medicinal uses. This plant, it's indigenous to South America, but it has been spread across the world, included in West Africa. At first, I struggled to find this plant in South Africa because according to the South African National Sambi, it is said that Jatropha is exotic plant, but luckily I managed to find this plant in somewhere called Hapani in Zanini. That is where I managed to find this plant after a while that I've been looking for it. So Jatropha belongs to the family Euphobiaceae, and it is commonly known as physic. It also has the local name. I couldn't get the local name because there was so many confusion when I was asking the elders in that village the kind of local name they were calling it, but they could not give me a concrete one. But in Yoruba, in West Africa, in Nigeria, these plants we commonly call it lakpa. So it is usually propagated by seeds or stem cuttings. So according to Ahila Agbe, this plant has been used for various medicinal purposes, including fever, infection, and tumor. The seed of it also being used to produce the oil, which is the biofuel, infectious diseases, and then the root is also being used in eczema and venereal diseases. These are what other people have been used of this plant before. Now, talking about the sorghum bicolor, also known as sweet sorghum. Sweet sorghum is a C4 energy crop that avoids photorespiration. So what do we mean by photorespiration is when a plant takes up the oxygen in the light and release carbon dioxide. So this plant is able to avoid that by using a different enzymes that is called phosphenolpyruvate, PEP, during the first step of carbon fixation. So the knowledge of these energy crops and feedstock, talking about the sorghum and Jatropha coccus, on cultivation of contaminated media could open up a new doors to the bioeconomy and the reclamation of polluted soil when compared to other plants. So as we can see on this picture here, this sorghum bicolor has been used previously before in remediating zinc, lead, cadmium, and I also use it to remediate mercury in my master's studies. So after this has been cultivated on contaminated soil, it is being harvested and is later being processed into bioethanol, and the biomass energy is also being produced at the end of the study. So the research objectives of my studies are as follows. So this is to investigate the toxicity of PAH cadmium on Jatropha coccus and sorghum bicolor. I'm going to be able to do this by collecting the data on the physiological and anatomical responses through the scanning electron microscopy. This is how this is going to be able to achieve. The second one is to evaluate the variation in lateral translocation of PAH, organic versus cadmium, which is inorganic particles in the plant. So talking about this lateral translocation, this is where I'm going to be looking at the translocation factor and bioconcentration factor. These two has been said to be the key determinant in to be able to know if a plant can be regarded as hyperaccumulator plant species. So when we say a plant is hyperaccumulator plant species, is because this type of plants, they are able to extract a specific pollutant in the soil way above other plants could into the area part of the plant. So we used translocation factor and bioconcentration factor to determine if a plant could be regarded as hyperaccumulator plant species. And studies have been conducted that these two plants have been used in the past to be regarded as hyperaccumulator plant species. Also to assess the effect of PAH and cadmium contaminated soil on the quality and quantity of biofuel yield. This is going to be achieved by comparing the plant that is going to be contaminated, the soil that is going to be contaminated with this pollutant, and the one that is not going to be contaminated. At the same time, there's a plant soil that is going to be amended with NPK fertilizer. So the quality of this biofuel that is going to be yield post remediation is going to be compared between the two. And please note, one of the limitations of my study is that I'm only interested to know if there is going to be presence of these contaminants in the biofuel that is going to be used. That is what I mean by of this quality. So when I'm talking about the quality of that, is to know that if this plant is planted or cultivated on contaminated soil, the biofuel that is going to be yielded, is it going to contain this pollutant or not? So that is what I mean by the quality. And the quantity obviously is talking about the amount of the extractable biofuel that is going to be produced by these two plants. And then lastly, also to evaluate the impact of NPK application on the phytoextraction capacity and biofuel production of Jatrophacoccus and sorghum bicolor. This is to assess that if this NPK is applied or amended to this contaminated soil, does it have any significant impact on the outcome of the study? So that is what these are also all about. Now, if you must now ask yourself, why are we going to be using phytoextraction? Why using phytoextraction to remediate a contaminated soil? Phytoextraction is an in situ remediation technique that uses accumulator plants to extract organic, inorganic, and metal compounds from contaminated soils. So phytoextraction technique is one of the technologies that is used in phytoremediation. So when we're talking about the phytoremediation, generally phytoremediation is a technology that uses plants to remediate soil, water, and sediment that have been contaminated. So this image here is trying to tell us about different processes of phytoremediation, as you can see, but the one that we are interested here is a phytoextraction, which is when the plant absorbs the contaminant from the soil and is able to store it in the above ground mass. So phytoextraction is being used preferable to other conventional physical and chemical remediation techniques because this method of conventional, they are time-consuming, expensive. They also cause secondary pollution and severely limiting the widespread usage. So why must we now use a specific technique to remediate a contaminated soil or a contaminated media, whereby this is still going to lead to another secondary pollution? So this is why phytoremediation and phytoextraction is being applauded and is being widely used as a opposite to other conventional method. So research methodology, this is a quantitative research design. This was employed because these studies adopt an experimental design and laboratory study. The study aims to provide a causal study of a small number of cases, 5 replicates under highly controlled in the greenhouse conditions. So the numerical data from the observable phenomena will be gathered and analyzed statistically. So please note that this study is still at the nursery seedlings because I just planted the seedlings in the greenhouse. Prior is going to be transplanted into the contaminated soil over the 150 days of exposure at the UNISA Florida campus in Johannesburg. The approved ethical clearance reference for my study is indicated below. Now, this here is trying to now show the general overview of my studies. So this is how it is going to be set up in the greenhouse. So I'm going to have contaminant of PAH, contaminant of cadmium, and co-contaminant of PAH and cadmium. So what's going to happen is that at each level of the treatment, there's going to be control plant of Jatrophacoccus and sorghum bicolor for all the treatments. And then there's going to be 10 milligram per kilogram of PAH concentration only for sorghum bicolor and Jatrophacoccus. And there's also going to be with addition of NPK fertilizer, like I indicated before, because we wanted to see if there's going to be any significant difference with addition of NPK fertilizer for the study or not. So the study also employed another higher concentration of 20 milligram per kilogram of these pollutants for sorghum bicolor and Jatrophacoccus. This is to be able to see that at what level, to what extent can this hyperaccumulator plant species able to extract or phytoextract these contaminants in the contaminated soil. So the phytoremediation setup for contamination and co-contaminant treatment at 10 milligram per kilogram for sorghum bicolor and Jatrophacoccus for biofuel production will comprise 3 plants per pot. So in each of these treatments, there's going to be 3 plants will be planted per pot, and it's going to be in the replicate of 5 replicates. So after 30, 60, 90, 120, and 150 days, 3 plants will be sampled randomly in each treatment to be used for the data collection in terms of the number of leaves that the plant is able to achieve, the shoot length, the root length, wet and dry weight. This plant is going to be dry in the oven, and the growth inhibition ratio is also going to be calculated. This is going to be the growth in contaminated soil divided by growth in uncontaminated soil minus 1. Bioconcentration factor and translocation factor is also going to be determined. This is also part of the data that is going to be. And then most importantly, the scanning electron microscopy. This is where the transport system of this plant is also going to be examined to see how to what extent has this phytotoxicity of this contaminant affected this plant at the end, during the course of the exposure and at the end of the exposure. And lastly, comparison of the extracted biofuel or biodiesel that is being produced is also going to be compared. Right, so now I want to look at the significance of these studies. So, significance of these studies and the expected study outcomes. Phytoextraction of contaminants of PAH and cadmium. This is going to fill a gap in the phytotoxicity mechanisms in the use of these Jatrophacoccus and sorghum bicolor, because these 2 plants have been used previously. However, the use of them as hyperaccumulator for co-contaminant, the knowledge of that is very minimal. Likewise, the production of biofuel post-remediation after the exposure period, the plant have not also been used before to produce biofuel after they have been used for different type of contaminants to remediate. So potential solution to oil spill contamination because of the presence of PAH. So the study of the success of this study also going to relate to potential of this plant can be planted on the field environment now in order to remediate the oil spill because of the presence of PAH in the oil derivatives. So it's also going to serve as point of reference for reclaiming the PAH and cadmium contaminated soils for agricultural purposes in a complex environment or natural field conditions. Because if this is able to reduce the amount of the concentration that is initially used to spike this soil to the minimum level that is being approved by the Department of Environmental Affairs, then it means that this study can be recommended at the end of it to use to remediate a contaminated agricultural land. I think I've come to the end of my study. I thank you. start my presentation, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Dauda, for your presentation. And colleagues, can you please give him a round of applause? It is that time, colleagues, for questions, answers, and comments to Mr. Dauda's study. Purpose of this conference is to assist each other and advise each other on how to improve these studies so that we all reach the ultimate goal. I will start noting hands for questions, answers, and comments. Starting with Dr. Mlepo. Dr. Mlepo, you can start while other colleagues are finding that functionality to raise their hands.
I think I must first comment Mr. Dauda about his study and the amount of passion that he has displayed in sharing his study. And I must also concede, colleagues, that this is one of those areas where without knowledge in a specific science disciplines, it may be difficult to give feedback. And the basics I've seen, I think, seem to be in place, and I wish him very well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mlepo. Dr. Mayevane.
Yeah, thanks, Bafana. Thanks very much, Mr. Dauda, for wonderful presentation. It is good presentation indeed, because it's also in line with the requirements of the college, especially including pictures in your presentation. But however, I've realized that from your title, you did not include the context. So if you don't include the context from your title, at least when you introduce your study or background or introduction, then you must highlight where you're going to conduct that study. I don't know whether the citizen just indicate that you struggle to find that tree from other areas. And again, if you can go to your the aim of the study. Yes. So no. Back. Yes. Here. I don't know why Mr. Dauda, you are saying from the aim.
Sorry, it looks like this thing has changed to different language on my side.
All right. Yeah. Here. You're right here. You are saying to investigate not only. So I don't know what was the intention of putting not only the potential and what were. So I'm not clear on that one. Why didn't you put that word not only? And also the question of when you conclude your study, I don't know whether I saw something like SEM. Is it structural equation model or what? Just down there.
Okay.
That's when you conclude your presentation under methodology, I guess. Scroll down again. Here, the second bullet. When you say via SEM, you are saying structural equation model.
Oh. No,
I just want to check that first before maybe I can ask a question.
Oh, it's scanning electron microscopy. I only mentioned it, I didn't put it in the slide because I'm trying to shorten my slide as much as I could.
All right, it's okay. And then, but overall, I think you did very well from your methodology, from introduction to the methodology. But the only area that I realized that you need to to improve is when you introduce your study, because so far I don't know where you're going to conduct your study. And also the laboratory issue, the contaminated soil, you're going to take the samples and send them to the lab. And then I just wanted to understand in terms of then how long is going to be this study, because if they're going to take the sample to the laboratory, you go back, I think you need to clarify on that part as well.
No,
actually,
if I may just, sorry to interject you there. If you look at this, I indicated that this experiment is being carried out at Florida campus. The greenhouse, the laboratory, they are in the same campus. I don't know if you have never been to Florida campus. I'm going to carry out everything there. I only got the stem of the plant here in Zanin, and I transported it to Johannesburg. So everything that I'm going to do, that is why, that is the only way the ethical clearance could only be approved, because all the experiment is going to be carried out in the greenhouse and in the laboratory.
All right, thanks very much for that. And with regards to the issue of the aim, not only what was intention of including that?
Oh, so I was trying to say that the study is not only aimed to use this plant to remediate the contaminant, this PAH and cadmium, but also we are interested in using this plant to produce biofuel. So I'm trying to say that I'm not only interested in using the plant as a phyto extraction technique, but also to produce biofuel after the plant have already extracted the contaminant from the soil. And the phytotoxicity mechanisms of this process have not been well understood throughout my search for the literatures. So that is what I mean by using this, not only the potential of jatropha, but I stand to be corrected.
All right, lastly, and then if then this study is not conducted, then who's going to be affected mostly?
If this study is not going to be affected, if it's not conducted, it's going to be like you and I and the herbivores that feed on the plants, because these chemicals, they are contaminated the agricultural land. So if these chemicals are not being extracted from the soil to reclaim the agricultural land to the acceptable limits of PAH and cadmium, it means that it's going to lead to several effects for both plant and animal. So that is why I displayed this. If it is not conducted, this is the likely effect that we are going to be, because if PAH exposure exceeds the acceptable limit, so there's a 45% chance of carcinogenic risk. So some of the food that we are eating, we don't know where it comes from. But if this study can be conducted in order to extract this contaminant from the soil, it's going to be of beneficial.
Thanks very much. I saw this slide, but I think you need to, I don't know as whether from your background you have that information, because we really want to see who is going to be affected. If then it's going to create some diseases, which diseases are going to be created from this if then it's not resolved? And specifically, maybe children, adult, whoever age, who will be mostly affected, maybe from those foods, from those diseases. So we want to see the statistics from your background. If then we have, I don't have a problem, but I'm just saying, if then we're going to include, make sure that you also include something like that, because that one's going to beef up your significance of the study. But otherwise, thanks very much, and over to the chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dauda. Before we go to Dr. Mahaha, there's also a comment from Dr. Mlepo on the chat, which says, I also, or basically commend you for using the latest or recent literature on your study. Dr. Mahaha, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. B. And my apologies, colleagues. I was kicked out of the meeting. I don't know what happened, but my system, my network is down. But at least I'm back now. This is the interesting study, Mr. Dauda. We really appreciate. I just I observed that that you are using an experimental design. I don't know, maybe if I missed something, how this design is used in the study. And your study is quantitative in nature, as you indicated. Maybe I can just check with you how your experimental design and laboratory study. Mine is, how are you going to use this experimental design and the laboratory? How are they going to complement each other in the single study? And then the issue of data analysis. I want to check with you how your data, maybe how do you intend to analyze the data in your study? Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Talking about the experimental design, I say it's a laboratory and quantitative, in the sense that the soil, the plant is being planted into the greenhouse. They are conducted to the emergence test to see if the seed of sorghum bicolor, the sweet sorghum, they are going to grow by the time I try to raise them in the nursery. That is being conducted to see the percentage of this germination test. And then now, after being planted in the nursery, and then is later going to be transplanted into the contaminated soil. These chemicals, this contaminant is going to be diluted, and it's going to be used to spike the soil so that the soil are evenly contaminated. So it is so because the data that I'm interested in this soil, in these studies, I was trying to, because during the course of one of the presenters before me, I saw where they were talking about the data collection. I wanted to put it, including it in my slide, before I was told that I'll be the one that will be presenting, because the person before me is having some challenges. So the data that I'm going to collect in my studies are the number of leaves after 30 days. So the data is going to be collected after 30, 60, 90, 120, and 150 days. So the number of leaves, the shoot and the root stem, the shoot length, the root length is also going to be collected. This plant is going to be sampled. 3 plants is going to be sampled at random every 30 days until the last day of the exposure. So this numerical data is also what is going to be now used to find. I don't know. Probably you're the one that was presenting the statistic workshop for us. So the data is going to be using to find the average of this shoot length, root length, the number of leaves, just to see if these contaminants have any impact on all of these growth parameters up until the last day of the exposure. And there you asked me the question of what I'm going to use to analyze the data. From my proposal that have been approved, I propose that I'm going to use two-ways analysis of variance, ANOVA, to analyze and see the significant difference between this treatment with the one that has NPK and the one that doesn't have the NPK and the one with no chemical at all. So analysis of variance is going to be employed, and as well as Duncan multiple range test, just to compare to see if there's any significant difference. At the same time, I also propose to use t-test just to see the difference between this treatment during the course of the study and at the end of the study to see the amount, the quality and the quantity of the quantity and the quality of the biofuel that is going to be yielded after 150 days of exposure. I don't know if I've answered your question. Thank you.
Yeah, well answered, Mr. Daude. Maybe I missed something. What contribution do you want to make? Does this study wants to make in your field?
Right. So that is where I display this slide. I don't know the language. I think my slides, for some reason, it's changed to Spanish, and I cannot read it. So I'm trying to go back to my slide for me to see. Right. So the significance of this study and expected outcome to contribute is, firstly, the novelty of this study is that the phytotoxicity mechanisms of PAH and cadmium through physiological and anatomical responses through the scanning electron microscopy, the knowledge of this is very minimal. So that is the novelty of my studies. How are we going to be able to determine the effect of this contaminant in the plant? So that is why I'm going to be using to check through the phloem and xylem of this plant. That is the first. Secondly, these plants, after they have remediated the contaminant, are they going to be able to produce enough biofuel based on the standard of the biofuel that any biofuel plant is expected to produce? So how I'm going to be able to determine that is those plants in the control that I'm not going to add any chemicals or any fertilizer into it. So that is another part whereby the plant is going to contribute, that we can use these plants to remediate contaminated soil. At the same time, we can also use it to produce biofuel, which is now going to also be able to contribute to the bioeconomy for wherever we want to use it. So if in a community or in an area whereby there's an oil spill, instead of we to be using all these physical, chemical techniques, whereby by the time they want to clean it up, it's still going to be able to introduce another contaminant into the secondary contaminant into that environment. So this study is going to be able to be recommended that it can be carried out instead of using those technique that can give us second-hand contaminant. And it's also going to be a point of reference for reclaiming the contaminated soil through this with this PAH and cadmium for the agricultural purpose in a complex environment or natural field conditions. So those are the expected contribution of my study.
Thank you, Mr. Daude, for the contribution that you made. And I thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Dauda, for your presentation. We are moving, ladies and gentlemen, to the next presentation on our program. This one is from, just a minute, it's from Miss Miranda Timunye, who is an MSc student in agriculture. The title of her presentation is Determining the Impact of Lab Growth on the Nitrogen Context and Nutrition Status of Savanna Soil at Motepiri Village, Limpopo, South Africa. Miss Miranda Mtimunye, over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Can I confirm if you can see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen, your presentation, it's up. Maybe before you start, while still introducing yourself, you can also open your camera so that we can see you.
Hold on.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. Then you can proceed with your presentation. Just close the camera and proceed with your presentation.
Excuse me, let me go back to the first slide. Okay. Greetings, everybody. My name is Miranda Mtimunye, and I'm here to present to you my Master of Science in Agriculture research study, which is titled Determining the Impact of Lab Growth on the Nitrogen Content and Nutrient Status of Savanna Soil at Mutsipiri Village, Limpopo, South Africa. Lab, scientifically referred to as Lab papyrus, is a forage legume which belongs to the family Fabaceae, which include, among other legumes, cowpea and pigeon pea. It is an annual and herbaceous and climbing crop as shown in the picture. It is native to Africa and widely grown in India as a daily source of protein. In the western part of Africa, such as Malawi and Ethiopia, is consumed as vegetable. It has also been reported to be cultivated as a forage crop to be used as livestock feed and as a green manure to improve soil productivity. Lab contains various amounts of pharmaceuticals which have been clinically proven to reduce the risk of pancreatic cancer and high blood pressure. As it is globally acknowledged that legumes can fix atmospheric nitrogen into the soil, Lab has been reported to fix up to 200 kg of nitrogen per hectare. And despite all these tremendous qualities and potential uses of Lab, it still remains underutilized in South Africa, as it is only cultivated on such a small part of the South African land in Limpopo, Northwest, and KZN with low production level. The tillage practices for maize monoculture in Sekhukhune district are undergoing on savanna soil, with no experimental data on their impact captured on the soil fertility, and yet with observable decline in crop yield. It has been reported over the years and to date that prolonged monoculture result into soil fertility degradation, which have been reported to be replenished by the use of chemical fertilizers. However, under the rural areas of Sekhukhune district, the high cost of chemical fertilizer prohibits the fertilizer utilization among farmers. This further is such limitations are further aggravated by the poor market infrastructure. The study was thus formulated and aimed to determine the role of lab crop in improving nitrogen availability and or content, as well as to assess its influence on the nutrient status of savanna soil. And this was achieved by the following objectives. Firstly, to evaluate the impact of lab growth on the soil nitrogen content of savanna soil. And secondly, to determine the effect of lab growth on the chemical properties of savanna soil. And lastly, to examine lab growth in relation to its response to savanna soil. This study is important in that it contributes to the farmers and researchers information on the extent to which lab can contribute to the nitrogen in the soil under the context of savanna soil. And due to its multi-purpose uses, lab provides farmers with unique options of dealing with their multiple needs at once, especially under mixed farming such as crop animal husbandry systems. Moreover, the obtained data contributes value to the body of science and knowledge as well as in the research development of LabLab. This map shows the soil sampling area. The black mark on the South African map shows the Limpopo province, which is broken down into Limpopo district shown on the bigger map. The soil samples were collected in Sekhukhune district, highlighted by the greenish color, in a rural area called Mutsipiri village under Elias Motsoaledi local municipality, with the mean annual temperature of 19 degrees Celsius and the mean annual rainfall of 604 millimeters. This picture shows the soil sampling strategy. The soil samples were collected in a field previously grown of maize, whereby 5 replicate plots of 10 meter by 10 meter were demarcated in September 2021. In each replicate plot, soil core samples were collected from the center and from all 4 corners of each replicate plot at a depth of 30 centimeters using a spade. The soil core samples were then pooled into composite samples, resulting into 5 composite samples, which were then sieved in order to remove the foreign materials such as roots and rocks using a 4mm aperture sieve as shown in the picture. Each portion of each composite samples was then collected and transported to ARC in Pretoria in order to be determined for the soil physical and chemical analysis, whereby the texture was determined using hydrometer method, pH was determined both in water and KCl, the organic carbon by the Walkie-Black method, and the extractable phosphorus was measured following the Bray-1 method, and the exchangeable cations, on the other hand, were measured according to the method which is called ammonium acetate. And in order to determine the soil total nitrogen, the total nitrogen digest method was used. And the mineral forms of nitrogen, which are the nitrate and ammonium, were determined using the KCl extract method. And the remaining portion of each composite sample was then transported to the Florida Science Campus, situated in Roodepoort, to be conducted for a pod experiment. These diagrams shows how the pods were arranged in the greenhouse. The pods of 18 centimeters were arranged in a randomized complete block design, which consisted of 5 plots and 4 treatments, namely T1, which is our control, where LabLab is planted alone, T2, which is the Bradyrhizobium japonicum inoculant, T3, which is the superphosphate applied at the rate of 45, 60, and 75. Superphosphate is a phosphorus fertilizer. And the last treatment, denoted by T4, is the combination of the Bradyrhizobium japonicum inoculant plus superphosphate applied at different levels. Each treatment at each level was replicated 4 times, resulting into a total of 160 pods. The plastic pods were irrigated with 250 ml of tap water every second day, and after 2 weeks of planting, the plants were then thinned to 1 plant per pot. And just to mention further, the picture below shows the actual pod experiment set up in the greenhouse. And in order to set up the pod experiment, about 2.3 kg of soil was placed in each pod, followed by planting with LabLab seeds of high worth cultivar. The superphosphate granules were then placed 2 centimeters below the seeds in treatments applicable to superphosphate. The seeds were evenly coated with the inoculant at the rate of 50 kg per 200 ml in treatments applicable to the inoculant. And after the planting, as I've mentioned, the plants were thinned to 1 plant per pot. And during the pot experiment, the following agronomic parameters were recorded. The leaf chlorophyll content was measured using the leaf chlorophyll meter as shown in the picture at the top, and the plant height was measured using the measuring tape shown by the picture on my right. The leaf area was calculated following the formula 0.78 L squared, where L represents the leaf length. The number of leaves were then counted and reported per pot in different days intervals. Also, just to mention, the pot experiment took place for 5 months, and at the day of termination, the soil samples were then collected again from each pot and sent back to ARC, where they were determined for their mineral composition in order to see the changes post-lab growth. Objective 1 and 2 were achieved by subjecting the soil data to one-way analysis of variance using the AgriCole R package software in order to determine the significant differences prior and post-lab growth. Objective 3 was achieved by subjecting the agronomic parameters to one-way analysis of ANOVA using the AgriCole R package as above in order to determine the significant differences among the treatments at P is less or equals to 0.05. And the mean values across the treatments were then separated using the Duncan's multiple range test at 5% probability. Figure 1 shows the optimum range of the total nitrogen in the soil, whereby the total nitrogen is low when it is below 0.01 and medium when it is between 0.01% and 0.2%, and it is considered high when it is greater than 0.2%. Initially, the total nitrogen content in savanna soil collected from Motsipiri village was low, and this is shown by the gray bar labeled as pre-lab. However, after planting the soil with lab, it is shown to have increased significantly where lab was planted alone without any treatments, as shown by the purple bar denoted by T1. It is also interesting to mention that after amending the soil with superphosphate at different levels and coating the seeds with the Brady Rhizobium inoculant, there was no significant differences that was observed in terms of the total nitrogen in the soil, as shown by the treatments in figure 2. And this shows that this particular legume has the potential to contribute nitrogen into the soil without the need of the phosphorus fertilizer or the inoculant. Figure 3 and 4 shows the treatments whereby mineral forms of nitrogens are conveyed. The findings of the study revealed that lab growth increased soil nitrogen significantly in the soil as opposed to the soil prior lab growth. And this increased nitrate in the soil will then be available to be used by the next crop that will be cultivated after lab. It is also worth noting that there was no significant differences that were found in the superphosphate treatment in terms of the nitrate, whether they were applied with the inoculant or not. In contrast, figure 4 shows that planting lab has resulted into a significant decline in ammonium content in the soil across all the treatments, which are lab planted alone, shown by T1, lab planted with the inoculant, shown by T2, superphosphate applied at different levels, which are SP45, SP60, and SP75, shown by T3. And lastly, superphosphate applied at different levels plus the inoculant denoted by T4, SP45, SP60, and SP75. This decreasing effect of ammonium in the soil by lab can be considered as an advantage in cases where there is ammonium toxicity in the soil, because too much of ammonium can be toxic to the plants. This table shows the exchangeable cations that were among the treatments. The incorporation of the superphosphate into the soil at different levels with or without inoculant has resulted into a significant increase in terms of the exchangeable cations such as the potassium, the calcium, magnesium, and sodium. However, there was no significant difference observed when superphosphate was applied at different levels, with or without the inoculant. The same trend was observed regarding the micronutrients such as your iron, manganese, zinc, copper, and boron. The results available in the full dissertation. Coming to the agronomic parameters that were measured during the pot experiment, the results of the study shows that there was no significant differences in terms of the plant height, the leaf area, number of leaves, and leaf chlorophyll content across the treatments measured at week 5 and week 10. And although there was no significant differences found across these treatments, the leaf chlorophyll content was recorded to be higher in the control pot where lab was planted alone at week 5, with the mean value of 31 shown here, 31.95 nanometer, as compared to the mean values across the treatments, which range between 22 and 28 nanometer. The leaf chlorophyll content is essential for photosynthesis in plants. In legume plants such as lab, the sufficient photosynthesis activity is very important in order to aid in the metabolic activities in the nodules that are formed in the legume crop that is linked to the nitrogen fixation into the soil. In conclusion, the study shows that lab has been proven to have the potential to contribute to the nitrogen in the soil and the overall soil fertility. And since it was able to increase the nitrate level significantly in the soil and decrease the ammonium level significantly in the soil, it is considered to play a vital role in the nitrogen cycling in the soil. It is further recommended that the field experiment must be conducted on lab in order to find out if whether the same conclusions can be drawn under the field conditions as it is in the current study. I would like to send my gratitude to my supervisors, Dr. L.E. Nematoti and Dr. Manaka, for their support in making sure that this research project was a success. Special thanks to NRF for having funded this research project. And I would like to also send my thanks to the University of South Africa for the opportunity and the platform for me to conduct my study and to acquire my qualification in the Master of Science in Agriculture. I thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for the presentation. And ladies and gentlemen, can we give her a round of applause? Without wasting any time, I'll start noting hands for questions, answers, and comments. Okay, first one will be Mr. Dauda, who will be followed by Dr. Mlepo. That's the first round. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. And thank you, Ma'am Latoya, for your wonderful presentation. I have also noted one or two things to try to emulate as I proceed with my research. Ma'am, I only have just one question that I need clarity on. You said that, could you please go to, I think, second or third slides where you are talking about the significance of this study?
Yes, can you see it?
Yes, yes. The first one that says lab's nitrogen contribution. So now my question is this. If lab contributes nitrogen to the soil, so why using different fertilizer if the plant is recommended or it's applauded to fix nutrients into the soil? What informed your decision to use different types of fertilizer at different levels or different treatments if the plant itself are able to fix nitrogen into the soil and increase the soil fertility? Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your question. Chairperson, do you allow me to respond to that?
Just noted, then I don't know if Mr. Dauda, you have a follow-up question based on the response so that we can take at least two questions. She responds, then we move to the next round.
No, that's the only question that I have.
Okay, you can note it, ma'am. Then we allow Dr. Mlepo to come in. Then after Dr. Mlepo, you will respond.
Okay.
I think just to comment, Ms. Mutimunye, for a well-conducted study and the ability to present it. I mean, you have seen other students, I think you have noticed how she wrote point forms and talked to those points instead of long sentences in her own presentation. This is the skill that we encourage our students to learn. I must also appreciate Mr. Daude's contribution or input into Ms. Mutimunye's work, because this is what we expect at these conferences, colleagues, especially those who come from the same fields, to engage with their peers and give them input and critique their work and so on. And in that way, we will be sure that we are on the right track. Last question to Ms. Mutimunye is as to whether you have already presented this research work to your field, either at a conference or something like that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Mlepo. Ms. Mutimunye, you can respond. Then after your response, Dr. Mayebane will come.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Just to reply to Mr. Dr. Mulepo, this is my first presentation of my research findings of my dissertation. And coming to the question regarding the phosphorus application during the pot experiment, the phosphorus fertilizer was applied because phosphorus is regarded as a, to put in a simple term, as a stubborn element in the soil. So it usually gets fixed in the soil and become unavailable to the plant. And while phosphorus is very important in the legume crops in order for them to form the nodules that will enable the plant to fix the nitrogen into the soil. So it was very important to include the phosphorus, not to put the focus on the phosphorus, but to check as an option as to the extent to which the lab can fix nitrogen into the soil. I don't know if you answered. We chose to me and my supervisors chose to apply the phosphorus specifically and not other elements, because the phosphorus is usually very fixed into the soil and unavailable to the plants. So hence we decided to apply it.
Thank you very much. You've answered my questions. So if I may now ask a follow-up. So at the end of your studies, does it now have any significant difference with the one that you applied phosphorus and with the one that you did not apply phosphorus?
There was no significant differences found when phosphorus was applied at different levels. So the lab plant performed in the same way across.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that, and well done.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Dr. Mayebane, you can come in. I don't know if we have any other hand so that we can note it to follow Dr. Mayebane. Okay, it will be that of Dr. Mlepo after Dr. Mayebane. Dr. Mayebane will be followed by Dr. Mlepo.
Yeah, thanks, Bafana. Thanks, Muthumunye, for wonderful presentation. You know, I like the way you have presented and also complying with the college by including the pictures. Well done about that. But then I wanted to check the inclusion and exclusion criteria in your study, or limitation or delimitation, because now, since you have graduated or you have completed your study, you want to check the publishable paper from your dissertation now. Even for further research, you indicated the field work, but is it only one recommendation in terms of further research, or do you have one or two? But actually what I want to check is the publishable in terms of your dissertation, as whether is there anything that you have learned in your research, which maybe when you started your research you never thought about it, but then when you're busy doing samples, doing some tests and the laboratory and whatever, then you find it very interesting in your dissertation. Maybe you can share that. And also, just to refresh me, you indicate that you sent some, is it samples to ARC and others from Florida campus? Maybe just to refresh me, what you have sent to ARC and what you have sent to Florida campus. Yeah, thanks very much. I hope you got my questions.
Thank you, Dr. Mlepo.
Dr. Mayebane.
Sorry, Dr. Mayebane. The soil samples were collected from Mutsipiri village and straight to the Florida Science Campus. The Florida Science Campus is situated in Roodepoort, and it has a greenhouse. So to conduct the pot experiment. That is where the pot experiment was conducted at Florida Science Campus. And at ARC in Pretoria, the IRC of Soil, Water and Climate, there the samples were sent in order to determine the mineral composition of the soil prior and post the pot experiment. And I have published an article based on my dissertation. I published last year based on my findings, but I have never presented in a conference before. And I've learned a lot throughout conducting this experiment and with the write-up of my presentation. And what I picked up is to explore further in terms of the relationship between the soil elements and what is happening in the soil plant. So I would just like to understand the nitrogen cycle in details as to what goes on, what is the relationship between the soil nitrogen and the elements in the plants, just to link those two. And another thing is I became interested to understand the question that I asked myself was, what happened to the phosphorus that I applied in the soil, because there was no significant differences across the treatments. And my question is, why was that the case? And I think that can be answered by looking into what is happening in the soil in terms of the microbes, in terms of the metabolomics and the soil fertility. And I hope you answered, Dr. Maibane.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Maibane. Then it will be Dr. Mlepo, followed by Dr. Makhaha.
Thank you very much. The reason why I was asking about presenting at a conference is to really encourage our students to present at platforms such as this one, but also even during the actual study, to present to your discipline. Look up for conferences that are taking place within your discipline and go and present there, because there you meet quite a number of people with different ideas that can actually enhance your study before finalization. But also when you apply for funds, especially because you had an opportunity to utilize funds from NRF, Ms. Mutimunye, you should have you could have included conference attendance in those funds application. And I'm not sure if it is too late, but you can still try. And especially when you target conferences, colleagues, yes, you can start here at home, but also look for international conferences outside of the country, because this is the one thing that is going to allow us as South Africa to benchmark with other countries and be challenged there and come back with new ideas that can improve our practice and everything else. I thank you. So those who are still going to be applying for bursaries and so on, please build in conference attendance, transport, accommodation, and all that, even if it is international conferences. And those are some of the benefits of studying towards your master's and doctorate. Thank you. I'm not
Dr.
sure.
Makhaha?
Okay, thank you so much. This is a wonderful study, and I also like the passion of Miranda about her study. You can see that she's well prepared. I just want to maybe to be on that case of Mr. Dauda and Dr. Maibane about the treatments, that in planning the analysis, you explain how data will be analyzed in terms of the significance difference, guided by whatever software that will be doing. I wanted to hear more, even if you may not respond, about if you test the significant difference, if you test it, if there will be a significant difference, what tells you that there is no significant difference, and then what tells you that there is significant difference, and then how do you justify that? Because the literature guides you that if there is no significant difference, maybe before between the two maybe variables that you are measuring or you are using in your study, then what is your take on that one? And then if there is no significant difference also, what is your take on that one? because you have explained it in your data analysis procedures, that what do you mean by a significant difference? If there is a significant difference, this is what will tell me that there is a significant difference between the two, and then there is no significance between the two. So, but what does this mean according to your study or in the context of your study? Because the readership will want to see that okay, there is no significant difference between the treatments. And then what does this tell us? What does this tell you? What can be the cause? What does this mean? It needs to be justified as a researcher that what does this actually mean, so that you give us an information about it, that you don't leave us hanging, that there is no significant difference and the problem can be this and this. We don't know, but we will need to hear why there is no significant difference between the two. And then we also, because if there is a significant difference between the two, you are able to explain. And then we'll also need to understand or to know why there is no significant difference maybe across those treatments. Thank you. You may not answer, you may just maybe look at it, but as readers, sometimes you want to see more. You have to show us what we have to show us what we don't see. You see, because in research, you want to see you want to see something that you see in order to see what you don't see, meaning that you go beyond. You show people what they don't see in your space. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Hey, any last comment, Ms. Mtimunye?
I'm good from my side. I will take all the suggested notes down and act upon them. And I'm looking forward to attend conferences like this just to better myself in my study and research. And I thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the first session of our presentations. We were supposed to go for a lunch break at 12 o'clock. It's already 10 past 12. May I request that we take a lunch break for 15 minutes and come back exactly at 1 o'clock for our next round of presentations. We still have presentations from Mr. Tumelo Sukhobela, Mr. Lazarus Chibuyahu B, and Dr. Maggie Mulepo. So it's 10 minutes break, then we'll come back at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Bafana, is it 10 minutes or 45 minutes?
50 minutes, sorry.
Oh.
50 minutes break. 50 minutes, sorry. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe I should first check if we are all back by reactions, either thumbs up, hands, claps of the heart reaction, applause, laugh, or the surprise reaction to check if we are all back. Okay. Are we all back?
We are back, Mr. Chair.
Hey, Dr. Mahaha. Hey, colleagues, we are proceeding with our program. Welcome back to the second session of the first day of the 12th Annual Postgraduate Conference. We still have about 3 presenters who are supposed to come today. Let me just check if all of them are back with us. Can I check if Mr. Lazarus Chibuyahubi is back or is with us? Lazarus, are you here? Mr. Sekubela? Dr. Mlepo? Megi Mulepo? I can see Dr. Mlepo, it's on the platform. I'm just not sure if she's back from the lunch break so that we can proceed with the program, colleagues. I have enabled everyone so that we'll be able to talk, unmute and mute, but as soon as we start with the program or we restart with the program, then I will disable the attendees' microphones.
Mavimbe. Mavimbe.
Yes, Mr. Mnyela?
Dr. Mlepo is with me here.
Oh, it's Dr. Maeban.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I was talking about Megi Mulepo, who's one of the presenters this afternoon.
Yes, I'm referring to that one.
Oh, you are referring to that one.
Yes.
You said she is busy.
No. She can present if then there is no presenter before her.
Okay. Then we can just move to her so that she presents.
Right.
Because the others, I'm looking at the attendees are not on the platform at the moment. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Maeban. Ladies and gentlemen, we are proceeding with our program this afternoon. The next presenter is Dr. Megi Mulepo, who recently obtained her PhD in nursing. Her topic is strategies to support school-going adolescents living with parents diagnosed with mental disorders. Without wasting any time, I will hand over to Dr. Mlepo for her presentation. Dr. Mlepo, over to you.
Magda, just give us a minute. Magda, just give us a minute.
Okay, no problem, doctor. I think if you have two devices next to each other connected to the session, one of them must switch off. You must switch the volume off so that we do not have the background sound returning back to the platform. Are you winning that side, Dr. Mayeban? Dr. Mayebane? Colleagues, we apologize for the glitches. We had 3 presenters scheduled for this afternoon. Okay, it seems they are winning. Dr. Mlepo, you can come in if you are ready. Hello? Dr. Mayebane? Hey, I can see the presentation, it's up.
Yeah,
Good day.
Good day, Doctor.
Okay, I am Maggie Mulepo. I'm Dr. Maggie Mulepo.
Yes, Doctor, you
I'm
can
going to
start.
present strategies to support school-going adolescents living with parents diagnosed with mental disorders. Can you see me?
There might be a problem with lighting the place you are, but you can proceed with the presentation, Dr. Mlepo.
Hello? Hello?
Hello? We can hear you, Doc. Dr. Mlepo? Dr. Mayebane? Apologies, colleagues. Let me just find out what's happening. My apologies, colleagues. I cannot get hold of the other two presenters, and I'm informed that Polokwane office, there's a load shedding where Dr. Molepo is based, and the generator will pick up at any time. So maybe just to keep the program running while we are waiting for them to come back and reconnect, I will just request between Dr. Molepo and Dr. Makgakga, based on the presentations that we had this morning, what advice further that can be given to our presenters and students? Just to share while we are waiting for Dr. Maebane who is assisting Dr. Molepo in Polokwane. Dr. Lesiba Molepo, Dr. Makgakga. Okay, yes, Dr. Molepo.
No specific advice. I think it makes things easier when we base our discussions on a presentation on the table, so that colleagues and other students can learn from what their peers have done. But in the main, I'm satisfied with the presentation, especially the preparation for the slides, because in the past we have seen students filling slides with all sentences and reading from those slides, and that is not a presentation that we prefer. The gist of the presentation is to actually put the points up there that you can talk to without reading, and by so doing, you demonstrate that you have internalized your study, you have owned your study. You can talk about your study at any given time. Because if you read directly from the slides or prepared notes, you may get questions that are going to get you off your feet. But what we have seen this morning, it's a very great work by our presenters, and we appreciate that. I would encourage those who will be presenting tomorrow to also revisit their slides if they have maybe overpopulated them with sentences and so on, to try and put them in point forms. But I'm also, colleagues, expecting a lot of engagement from the students themselves to give their peers feedback. It shouldn't only be us, because in that way, you also learn. Even if your input is challenged, then you understand why it is like that. I was pleased to see an earlier post by Samuel Mundua, when he was challenging the suggestion that I make, that the presenter can make the observation guide available. And we were able to engage on that on the spot. And I'm sure it clarifies some of the things, and it enhances your learning in this process. So this is the whole idea. And perhaps, Mr. Mavimbela, I don't know if you are also at this point able to maybe unmute other participants that you have muted for further questions or comments, so that we can hear how they have experienced this so far. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. I have enabled everyone. We can have a discussion while we are waiting for colleagues to reconnect or rejoin us. Dr. Makgakga, any comments from you?
Thank you, Mr. B. Yeah, what I want to say is what Dr. Molepo has just said about the presentations of of colleagues in the morning. They appeared to have been well prepared, and also they appeared to own their studies, because the most important thing is for one to own the study. What maybe we didn't ask is for presenters to tell us initially about their unit of analysis. Why unit of analysis is it keeps the researchers focused. That what is it that I want? I think we all heard Prof. Mtlolo in the morning about the question that what can you say about maybe that whatever, whether a variable or a pillar of research problem, what can you say about it in relation to the significance of the study? I think we all heard him what he said, that the focus was more on such problem statement. That's how mostly researchers are responding. That if maybe you are outside the borders or their demarcations, they don't overlap. This is how maybe those, especially those who are still new presenters, you listen carefully to the questions, because some of the questions, they are not in line with what you are doing. You don't have to find yourself on the spot where you are frustrated because the question that is asked is not related to what you are doing. And positively so, you say the focus is on this, not on this one, because you'll be thinking aloud. And remember, thinking aloud in front of people, you are inviting many questions, because people will be coming in for you to clarify some issues that you are putting on the table. The other issue is justification. We need to consider to justify whatever we are doing. I heard presenters, mostly they were justifying whatever they were doing. Because I missed some of the presentations. I only managed to listen to Mr. Dauda's presentation and Miranda's presentation. So they demonstrated to have a sound knowledge of quantitative study, and they also know what designs of quantitative studies are, and they were able to choose the one or the ones that were relevant for their studies. Some examiners, they prefer to demonstrate an understanding of the types of designs. Like for me, with my students, if you use, mostly my students are using mixed methods. I expect them to talk about the 3 designs of mixed methods. You have to demonstrate that you didn't just choose the design. You need to I'm sorry, colleagues. I don't know. Okay. I requested them to read all the designs for mixed methods. For example, when they were presenting here, Mr. Dauda has used the experimental research design, but there are other quantitative research design. Some questions arise that why experimental design, not the other designs, quantitative research designs? So that question is just coming in to check if you have read enough about those designs. Because once you know to move between those designs, you know when this design works best, and then when why. And then why do you think this one is much more relevant to your study than the other ones? I mean, when you use the paradigm, using the paradigm, why this paradigm over the other ones? And then why this approach over the other ones? What informed you that this study is qualitative or quantitative or mixed methods? So those are the issues that we are coming across. Last week I was asking one of the students that why are you using qualitative over quantitative and mixed methods? She was not clear as to how can she move between those approaches. And it's important, though you are not an expert, but some readership will want them to be convinced that why this paradigm over the other paradigms, so that you show that if it's positivist, your paradigm is positivist, why not interpretivist? Why not pragmatist? You bring people on board that we are aware that there are other paradigms, but these two do not fit well into this because of 1, 2, 3, 4. This one can address, if it's mixed method, this one can address this but cannot address this. This one can address both. If it's qualitative, then why qualitative? Why qualitative over quantitative? Those are the reasons that I mostly want from my students, to show that they have read enough about what they are doing, about all the research methodologies. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you very much, colleagues. Our colleagues from Polokwane have managed to rejoin us. We apologize about that inconvenience which has been caused by load shedding, but luckily the generator is kicked in and colleagues have joined us. Without wasting any time, let me just reintroduce our speaker or presenter, Dr. Maggie Molepo, who is a PhD graduate in nursing. Her topic is strategies to support school-going adolescents living with parents diagnosed with mental disorders. Dr. Molepo, over to you.
Good day. I am Maggie Molepo. I'm going to present strategies to support school-going adolescents living with parents diagnosed with mental disorders. I want to share my camera. Can you see me? Can you see me? Hello?
We can only see the banner of
it's
Mr.
only the banner.
Enwela.
I suspect it's the lighting. Hence, we can't see you. But no problem, Dr. Mlepo, you can proceed.
Okay. Yes, I am presenting strategies to support school-going adolescents living with parents diagnosed with mental disorders. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see the presentation. You can proceed, Doctor.
Okay. Living with a parent diagnosed with mental disorder could potentially create several challenges for the adolescents and could result in objective and subjective burdens. Parents diagnosed with mental disorders often need lifelong treatment and care themselves, potentially hampering the support they provide their children. Their life is often unpredictable due to psychosocial dynamics of the conditions, at times influencing the adolescents' everyday lives. The study aimed to develop strategies to support school-going adolescents living with parents diagnosed with mental disorders. The study was conducted at the clinics and high schools in the Capricorn district in Limpopo province. A qualitative grounded theory approach guided the study. Phase 1 of the study sought to explore and describe the experiences of school-going adolescents living with parents diagnosed with mental disorders, the experiences of parents diagnosed with mental disorders, and the experiences of teachers as educators of this adolescent, and also to construct a conceptual framework that uncovers the dynamics of the support of school-going adolescents. Phase 2 of the study sought to develop and evaluate the strategies to support school-going adolescents living with parents diagnosed with mental disorders. Purposive sampling was used. Data were collected using semi-structured face-to-face interviews with 12 school-going adolescents and 12 parents diagnosed with mental disorders. Although the sample size was small, the researcher had an ethical obligation not to expose an excessive number of people to unnecessary distress or harm. Data saturation was achieved by interviews 8 and 10. And the other additional interviews were conducted to ensure no new information are coming forth. Focus group discussion were held with 36 teachers as educators of these adolescents. A constant comparison method was used to analyze the data. The findings. Theme 1 described difficulties related to support, namely matters that hampers the ability to provide support to school-going adolescents in the home environment. Matters that hampers the ability to provide support to school-going adolescents in the home environment, such as domestic violence, abuse and interpersonal dynamics, and influence of mental condition symptoms, and also parents' lack of education and understanding, and keeping parents' illness a secret, and the teachers' lack of awareness in the problems of the school-going adolescents. Theme 2 focus on issues related to the school environment, namely poor school performance, poor class attendance, psychosocial issues, and inclusive education concern. School-going adolescents are faced with multiple challenges, such as underperforming, lack of coping, bullying and labeling at school, absenteeism, expulsion from the school, and some disruption to schoolwork. They are also faced with emotional and behavioral changes, such as withdrawal, not participating in class, and aggressiveness. They are also faced with abuse of drugs and alcohol, trying to cope with the situation. And with inclusive education concern, majority of teachers are not trained for inclusive education. However, there are some committees and programs that are running at school to assist school-going adolescents who appear to be in a challenging situation and those who are not performing well in class. In theme 3, the way forward in discussing to culminate in a better future for school-going adolescents living with parents diagnosed with mental disorders were discussed. And then conceptual framework. The framework is presented according to the 6 elements described by Divkov et al. Of 1968. The 6 elements entail the agent, recipient, context, procedure, dynamics, and outcome. In each case, the visual image of the building block of the framework will be presented, followed by a description of the element. This is the conceptual framework. The first one is the agents. The agents is divided into primary formal agents, secondary formal agents, and informal agents. The agents are the people in this, the agents in this study are the people responsible to provide support to the school-going adolescents. The primary formal agents include Department of Health, Department of Education, and Department of Social Development. The findings of the study indicate a need for these 3 departments to provide the schools with psychologists, social workers, and school health nurses, either full-time or through outreach services. And then the secondary formal agents include the teachers, school health nurses, psychologists, and social workers. The findings of this study indicate a lack of support from the professionals to the school-going adolescents. These professionals are qualified, competent, skillful, and have specialized knowledge about the support of the school-going adolescents. They can act as motivators, counselors, consultants, educators, and facilitators of resources to support the school-going adolescents. And then we have informal agents. The informal agents include the family, friends, and the community. The findings of this study indicate inadequate support from extended family members and the whole community as a whole. The family and the community can become part of the support structure and become actively involved in the support programs of school-going adolescents to provide a safe and healthy environment for them. And then we have the recipients. Recipients are the people who would receive support. Recipients is divided into primary recipients and secondary recipients. Primary recipients are the school-going adolescent, and secondary recipients are the parents and the teachers. The school-going adolescents as a primary recipient should be open to learning and be willing to be supported. Parents as a secondary recipient can benefit from the support of the school-going adolescent. The informal agents can empower these parents with information and insight about mental disorders and also with interpersonal skills and coping skills to prevent disruptions and disorganization that are going on in the families. And teachers, as a secondary recipients, can be empowered with knowledge and skills about mental disorders by other professionals, such as psychologists, social workers, and school health nurses. The findings of this study indicate teachers' lack of awareness, experience, and knowledge on how to deal with school-going adolescents living with parents diagnosed with mental disorders. And then we have the context. Context is where the support will take place. School-going adolescents can be supported at school, at homes, at the clinics, and in the community. And then we have the procedure. Procedure are the steps to carry out support. The procedures entail interpersonal processes, empowerment and education, support, and total quality management. With interpersonal processes, the findings of the study indicate inadequate communication between Department of Health, Department of Education, and Social Development. There should be a flow of communication between professionals, families, and community through meetings, verbal and written reports to promote support of the school-going adolescents living with parents diagnosed with mental disorders. And then we have empowerment and education. The findings of this study revealed inadequate knowledge and skills from adolescents when dealing with parents diagnosed with mental disorders. The formal agents can empower and educate school-going adolescents about mental disorders and on how to take care of a parent diagnosed with mental disorders. The need for teachers' support was revealed during interviews with the participants. Professionals such as school health nurses, psychologists, and social workers can provide in-service training to the teachers on how to identify and support school-going adolescents. And then we have support. The findings of this study highlight a need for the Department of Health to conduct awareness campaign about mental disorders at the clinics, at school, and at the community halls. This might assist in clarifying misconceptions about mental disorders. And they can also encourage and motivate the community to support school-going adolescents. And this might also reduce stigma of mental disorders and rejection of school-going adolescents. With total quality management, this can be continuously monitored through SWOT analysis. The strengths, the weaknesses, opportunities, and the threats in the support of the school-going adolescents can be continuously evaluated. The Department of Health, Department of Education, Department of Social Development can establish policies for quality control and improvement to support the school-going adolescents. The dynamics are the motivational forces that could be employed to guide, encourage, and provide support to school-going adolescents. And the dynamics of this conceptual framework is the social change. Social change include political powers, capacity building, team building, and community capacity building. With political powers, political leaders can develop, authorize, and influence the implementation of the policy framework, guidelines, and standard operating procedures to support the school-going adolescents. Capacity building. Through capacity building, the attitude and the behavior of the family and the community in the support of school-going adolescents can change. The family and the community can receive training and mentoring from the professionals. They can be networking and volunteering and taking part in the developing of support programs to support the school-going adolescents. Team building. Professionals, families, and community can collaborate and communicate and enable needs of the school-going adolescents. Team building might assist school-going adolescents to develop self-confidence, creativity, motivation, learning interest, and improve emotional support. Community capacity building. This can be done through community mobilization and involvement by participating actively in knowledge and experience to enable support of the school-going adolescents. Lastly, we have the outcome. The outcome is the point of evaluation of whether all the support needs of the school-going adolescents are covered. The outcome of this conceptual framework is to facilitate and support school-going adolescents in reaching their fullest potential. In conclusion, there is a need for extended family members, friends, neighbors, foundations. Further research is recommended on support for school-going adolescents living with parents diagnosed with mental disorders in other countries.
Dr. Mahaha, that's the first 3 rounds.
Okay, thank you so much. A very brilliant presentation by Dr. Mlepo. By the way, I'm running an NPO focusing on youth welfare. So I think it's touching my heart. One question which has 2 subsequent questions. Just what would be the financial implications of implementing the recommendations of this study? And how implementable is this study, Doctor? District, provincial, and national. Thank you so much. It's a very brilliant study. I love it.
Mr. Mohopa, can you please repeat yourself?
Okay, thank you so much, Doctor. I'm saying I love the study. My question is related to just there the framework and the recommendations to say, did you consider the financial implications of implementing the recommendations of this study? Are there considerations? And if so, how implementable are the recommendations of this study at the district level, provincial, and national, or within the context that it was conducted? Thank you so much.
That will follow, then followed by Dr. Mahaha. After that, we'll give Dr. Mlepo an opportunity to respond.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Doctor, for a very wonderful presentation. I was actually also watching this type of your presentation and your findings. And however, I have as a question that I need a clarity on. In your presentation, you said the number of participants, there were 12. And then I would like to know, can we use, based on this number of participants, to generalize that this is a study or this is a likely condition or situation those type of adolescents are facing in South Africa as a whole? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dauda. Dr. Makhaga?
Mr. B, can we give Gavelo a chance, the colleagues who are coming up to engage? Then we'll come later.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Makhaga. Kabelo, Mr. Mohaliboni, you can come.
Oh, thanks.
Kabelo, please unmute.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Mavimbela. Thanks, Dr. Is it Dr. Situshi? Dr. Munyela, thanks for presentation. It was lovely presentation. But I've got a question regarding these mental disorders. So I saw you were talking about mental disorder, but then you were not specific as to.
Kabelo, you've been muted, sorry.
I'm sorry. Dr. Munyela, well done on the presentation.
It's Dr. Mulepo. It's Dr. Mulepo. Sorry.
Oh, Dr. Mulepo. Okay. My question, I've got two, but it's not really, the other one is not really a question. But then the other one is based on your, I would say the sample size that you are looking for, sample population. For instance, you talked about mental disorders. So I wanted to find out if maybe you were looking at specific mental conditions or not. If maybe mental condition that we were looking, maybe you can specify that. The last one, it's a take-home message for me. Let's say perhaps I'm coming from a family where my parents have this mental condition. So what recommendation can you give, or what advice can you give to me as a child from such parents? Okay, thanks, Dr. Mavimbela.
Dr. Mlepo, you can respond before we can take the next round of questions and comments.
Thank you. Yes. About financial implication. With financial implication, that is why on primary, when I talked about primary formal agents, concerning social workers, placing social workers, psychologists, and school health nurses at school. That is why I said it can be either in full-time or in outreach services. I was looking at the implication, financial implication. And then again, with the number of the participants, with the number of the participants, I've interviewed 12 school-going adolescents, 12 parents, and then I reached saturation at 8 to 10, and then additional additional two interviews was done to check if there is no new information coming forth. And then I also conducted focus group discussions with 36 teachers. And then looking at the methodology that I was using, this is a qualitative study using the grounded theory approach. With this, looking at these methods, the sample size was enough. And then with the types of mental disorders, I was not specific to the type of mental disorders. And then with the advice to give the child who is having a parent's diagnosed with mental disorders, I can advise this child to talk to the professionals such as nurses and social workers, and to talk to the teachers, also to be open to the parent, to the friends and the neighbors, and also to consult the extended family members if he is having the challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mlepo. We have a hand from Dr. Lesiba Mlepo. Maybe before we go to Dr. Lesiba, we can start with Dr. Mahaha, then Dr. Lesiba Mlepo will follow.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Mlepo. And thank you, Program Director, Mr. B. I just have some few questions and comments. This is a wonderful presentation. We really appreciate, Doctor, to learn more about your study. I just want to check with you about your unit of analysis. What were your unit of analysis, Doctor? So that maybe we can be able to come in. Okay. Yeah, I think let her maybe note them down. Another one is, how did she deal with, how did Dr. Mlepo dealt with the ethical issues as she was working with people with mental disorders? Because there are ethical implications, and there are people maybe who will be conducting similar studies and will maybe be interested as to how did she deal with these ethical issues. And then the other question was asked by one of our colleagues. And then my other question is the methodological approach that maybe I didn't hear it clearly coming out as to how the framework that was espoused for the study maybe played a role in the study. And then also the methodological norms, the trustworthiness of in your study. And then the doctor has used semi-structured interviews and focus groups. I just want to check with her how did she develop the instruments, and then what type of data maybe she anticipated And then what type of data was collected from the semi-structured interviews? And then what type of data was collected from focus groups? And then how the two data sets complemented each other in responding to the research questions. I think I will pause here. Maybe I can just add on with how the data collection framework and the data analysis framework. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Makaka. Unit of analysis. I've interviewed the adolescents, school-going adolescents from 14 years to 18 years. The parents' diagnosis with mental disorders, those who are stable, and yes, and the teachers who are teaching these adolescents, who are teaching from a grade 9 to grade 12. And these school-going adolescents were from the age of 14 to age of 18. And then with can you please repeat the question about the data, semi-structured interviews and the focus group? The question about semi-structured
with the data collection, semi-structured interviews, I was saying, how did you develop the instruments, semi-structured interviews, and what has informed you to develop the instrument? And then also with the focus group interviews.
Okay, with semi-structured interviews, remember I'm using the grounded theory approach. I've used the interview guide. I have only one question, and then with probing questions, and then with a focus group, with focus group discussions. I also have one question with another probing, and then with one question, and then the focus group, and then I pose the question, and then there is the group responded, and then maybe a follow-up question was done according to the response of the participants. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. My other question was your methodological approach and methodological norms. Methodological approach, I'm referring to the framework that you used in the study. How did you use it to benefit, yes, to benefit you in the study? and the trustworthiness. But you may not respond because I have many questions. Let's give others chance.
Thank you, Dr. Makhaga. Dr. Mlepo, Lesiba.
Thank you very much. I think firstly, I must congratulate Dr. Mlepo for completing her studies. I've seen her quietly coming to the library, going and so on. And within no time, here she is. I think you have demonstrated to other students that it is possible. But also to thank colleagues who support our students, especially postgraduate students. I see even now Dr. Mlepo is with Mr. Munyela there, supporting her during this process and so on. This is what I was talking about when I was talking about centers of academic excellence in support of the academic project colleagues. I wish the presentation was still up there because I just liked the way in which the title of the study. Can you go to the title? I want you, especially those who are still at an early stage of their, their studies. If you look at the title, it says strategies to support school-going adolescents living with parents diagnosed with mental disorder. Then I want you to go to the aim of the study, because this is where I also find that some students struggle. You've got the title, but the aim becomes something else. So in this case, the aim of the study is to develop strategies to support school-going adolescents living with parents diagnosed with mental disorder. This is what we call alignment. There is an alignment between the title and the aim. So many students struggle with these, colleagues, and I just wanted to use this as an example. My question to Dr. Mlepo is, have you published an article already? And also, I know that your study is in the field of health, but it now links with the field of education. If you haven't published yet, but even if you have published and you consider publishing further, do not restrict yourself to the discipline of health, because this study can make a contribution in the education field as well. If you can go to the, you spoke about saturation somewhere, and there was a confusing information where you mentioned saturation. Up. Yeah, here. Sorry, you have just passed it. You were there, you have passed it, yes. You say data saturation was achieved by interviews 8 and 10. Additional interviews were conducted to ensure no new information was coming forth. What do you mean by that? Additional interviews were conducted to ensure no new information was coming forth. Because saturation, according to my understanding, and this is for the sake of those who are still going to conduct their research. Saturation means you ask questions, if you are asking questions, to a point where the answers from the participants are now the same, and you begin to get a sense that no new information is coming through. Therefore, if you had intended, for an example, to interview 15 participants, but by the time you reach the 8th and the 10th one, you realize that no new additional information is coming forth, you stop. That's what we call saturation. If you could maybe explain that part for me, for the sake of those who are still busy with their study. Then sampling. I might have missed how you have chosen your participants, and I'm aware that the area of mental health and mental illness. It's a very sensitive area for some communities and families. How did you deal with that to identify those participants? Because usually you may have to resort to snowball sampling, whereby you get to know one family or two families, and then you ask them to refer you to other families that they might know. So if you could explain that part of how you managed. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Mulepo. I have visited the clinics on psychiatric days and explained the study to the parents who are mentally ill, who are diagnosed with mental disorders. And the parents who are interested, they came forward, and then I requested a consent to approach their children at their various schools. That is why I managed to get the children, the school-going adolescents. I visited the clinics on psychiatric days and explained the study to the parents who were visiting the clinics, and those who were interested came forward, and then also asked consent to approach their children, and they gave me direction where their children are schooling, and they signed the assent form for their children.
Saturation?
Okay, with saturation, yes, was reached at interviews 8 and 10. Additional interviews were conducted to ensure no new information was coming forth. Yes, yes, I was not supposed to add this sentence, this statement, because the interview, the saturation was reached at interview 8 and 10. Thank you, Dr. Mulepo.
Thank you, Dr. Mekimlepo. Thank you to colleagues who gave comments and asked questions based on Dr. Mulepo's presentation. Colleagues, we are moving to our next presentation for the day. The next presentation is from Mr. Tumelo Sekgobela, who is a PhD student in social work. The title of his presentation is The Perception and Understanding of Bullying in a Learning Context Among Social Workers. The Perception and Understanding of Bullying in a Learning Context Among Social Workers. Mr. Sekgobela, over to you, sir. Dr. Mekimlepo, can you please stop sharing so that we afford Mr. Sekgobela an opportunity to present?
Thanks very much, colleagues. Good afternoon, and my apologies for delaying my presentation. I I am struggling with my laptop, Chair. I decided to use my phone, and I'm unable to share from this side. I'm not sure if you can assist me with sharing, because it's giving me problems this side. Thank you very much. And good afternoon once again. My name is Tumelo Skobela, student for Doctor of Social Work at the University of South Africa. And I have extracted this presentation from my main study that deals with bullying malady in learning context, with the aim of developing guidelines for social work practice. And this study was inspired by the recent increase in bullying cases that are taking place in South Africa, with a few cases that gave me the problem statement of the study. There's a case that took place in 2021 around the Thulamela municipality in Vembe, Limpopo province, wherein a child, Lufuno, took a life as a result of bullying incident that took place at Mbilwi Secondary School, and some cases that took place in the Eastern Cape and some parts of Limpopo. So the outline for this presentation is you've got your introduction that is going to introduce the study and give background about what is known already about the phenomenon of bullying in learning institutions or learning context. And we also outline the purpose of the study, the methodology that has been applied in the study, what are the approaches that we have used, the design applied in the study, and we'll also give the results and we'll make argument in the conclusion as to what we're arguing in the study. As an introduction, I have indicated and provided the background about bullying and where it emanated when it was conceptualized as a term that was developed in Germany in 1538. And when you look at bullying, it is an aggressive behavior. This is common knowledge that is known about bullying, and there's fundamental literature about it as to describe what bullying is. It is an aggressive behavior with the intention to cause harm to another person, and it normally occurs to persons who are perceived to be weaker in the school environment. It may be weaker in terms of the physique, or the person may be vulnerable. Weak may also be in reference to vulnerability. It may be because perhaps the look of a person makes the person become vulnerable or weak to be violated by other learners. So I've indicated as well that bullying takes various forms, which include physical, verbal, rational, and it includes cyberbullying. So we've got various forms of bullying that takes place as outlined, and the physical bullying refers to the physical acts of violence and aggression that may be meted to another learner. A learner may be physically assaulted, they may be pushed. This form of bullying, it's more common in our schools, wherein children assault other children, beat other children, push other children to instill fear to the victims of this phenomenon, so that even tomorrow when they demand or want something from the victims of bullying, they are able to provide such particular request, because the understanding is that this person is very powerful. There is imbalance of power, and when they look at the appearance of this person, they come to a conclusion that this person may do anything physical to harm them. So this is one of the common form of bullying that we experience in our learning institutions. And we've also have got verbal bullying that is characterized by teasing, by aggression, by insults, wherein other children, other learners may be insulted. It may be based on their physical appearance. It may be perhaps if some of the learners are obese, they normally become vulnerable to the bullies because they tease them. They say all manner of things about their appearance, their physical appearance. And also, some learners will be told that they are ugly. And, when some people that are perceived to be powerful, that are perceived to be bosses in the school environment, because the children end up withdrawing themselves, not knowing what to do because they are being bullied by people that are feared within the school community. And this may be as a result of some of the bullies being affiliated to gang that are within the school environment and that are feared within the school environment. And we also have got cyberbullying that is committed through the use of technology. And by this, we mean that there's a usage of social media, there's a use of text by the bullies to try to threaten the victims. And they use this, some may use inappropriate pictures, some may use inappropriate videos, some may take pictures of a person without the consent and use them inappropriately. So this is also increasingly becoming common in our communities, because most of the children have got gadgets or devices that may tempt them to engage in this type of bullying. So, sometimes learners take inappropriate pictures and share. Some, it may happen in a relationship, like the sexual relationship, wherein the learners will take naked pictures or videos of their partners, and when they are no longer in good terms, they threaten to publish this form of materials that they have collected, or they might have found them somewhere and decide to use them and to violate other learners through the social media, Facebook, Twitter, and through the WhatsApp. So this form of bullying, we refer to it as cyberbullying, the use of technology to as part of an act of violence and aggression to the victims of bullying. Of course, this will have various consequences, if you may, because this may make the victims of bullying, the learners, to withdraw their attendance from schools. It may make them to not perform well at schools, and some have taken their life. Some have attempted to take their life as a result, and this has got serious mental health issues that affect the social functioning of these learners, and they are unable to function properly or to effectively function in the school environment and to perform. And this also affects the society at large and the school environment. The performance of the school as well may be affected, because when incidents of bullying happen, it doesn't only affect the learner that is being bullied, the victim of bullying. The bystanders as well. The bystanders is in reference to the other learners that are witnessing the incidents of bullying. And the entire school community may be affected by this as well. That may require the debriefing of the entire school community, including the staff members in in the school, the administrative staff and the teaching staff in the school and the management of the school might need to be debriefed so that they can return back to be resilient and function normally. We can move to the next slides. Oh no, I think I rushed you to move. And then we've got the global statistics about bullying, wherein more boys are more vulnerable to bullying, and this is common in almost every country. In the studies that I've referred to, you will find that boys are more vulnerable or at risk of being bullied than girls, and this is primarily because many of the learners that are involved in bullying are boys, and they want to show power to each other and want to ensure that they've got the ability to can do anything to the other boys in the school environment. So statistics shows that boys are more vulnerable to bullying, although the significant number, it's not reporting the incidence of bullying because of the perception that there's nothing that happens when you report bullying at school. So the bullying at school is a critical problem in South Africa, with more than 58% of South African learners being targeted and bullied at school and on social media. So some of these things that happens at school, it continues when they are at home, and they target these victims of bullying through social media, like I've indicated that they target them through social media like Facebook and Twitter, WhatsApp. They use all forms of media to can distribute inappropriate pictures, to distribute videos and any messages that may violate the victims in the public. So more than 16% of the learners in South African school have indicated that they've been victims of cyberbullying. So in all the genders that we find in our schools, 16%, over 16% has indicated that they've been exposed to bullying, they've been victim of bullying. And this is a huge percentage if you can look at it, because you know, even a percentage, it's too much for children to be exposed to these things, because they do not have the capacity to be able to bounce back and be able to cope with the challenges that are taking place at school. And you will understand that in a majority of our schools do not have psychologists or social workers wherein they will be able to assist them to address the incidents of bullying. And you find that there's heavy reliance of social workers from the Department of Social Development, who have got other responsibilities other than bullying, because they are not working for the Department of Education. And once the social workers attend to these cases, they only focus on the victims of bullying because of the workload that they have. They forget to deal with the bullies themselves, because this might be a call for help, that this child might be having serious problems at home or within the society where they come from. The purpose or the aim of the study was to explore bullying malady in learning institution in Limpopo Province, South Africa, and to develop guidelines for social work practice. This is because at the moment, as it stands, we do not have the guidelines that will guide social workers as to what is it that you need to do if there's a case of bullying that has been reported to the social workers in social development. You know, there is a usage of a generic approach in terms of intervention to this phenomena. So there is no specific guidelines that provide understanding as to what are the steps that you need to do in order to provide effective intervention to the phenomenon of bullying, so that you are able to root out the problem from the ground, rather than providing intervention into the face of it. You need to deal with the challenges from the root cause of the problem. So in this case, currently we do not have guidelines, because I don't know, perhaps it's because becoming popular recently or what, but we do not have guidelines for attending or intervening in bullying guidelines. Now, the study has applied the qualitative research approach, and this is because the approach has more emphasis on studying human behavior and the attitude that are found within the natural settings or the natural environment. So the approach that was used was to ensure that you go deeper into the understanding of what are the issues that affects learners in the school environment within where they learn, and that affects their performance at school. And the approach was found to be relevant because the researcher was interested in gaining the in-depth understanding of bullying. So we needed to have an in-depth understanding of what really happens when this incident of bullying happens. And we also needed to really, before we could come up with guidelines that will assist in intervening to bullying, we needed to understand what are the available intervention methods within this particular phenomenon. We have applied the explorative research design to gain insight into the phenomenon, and the population of the study was social workers who are employed by the Department of Social Development within the Limpopo province. And this is because the focus on the social workers in social development is because oftentimes, or in all times, when there's an incident of bullying in a school environment, social workers are the one that social workers from social development respond to bullying, because we don't have school social workers as in Limpopo province. And we refer to them as school-linked social workers because they only respond to incidents that take place, incident of bullying that takes place within the school environment. So currently we do not have, it's only few schools, less than a percentage of the schools that have got social workers that are employed at school, and they are also employed by the Department of Social Development. They are not employed by the Department of Education. So the population was social workers employed by the Department of Social Development in Limpopo, and the study applied the non-probability sampling with purposive sampling selected as the subtype to the non-probability sampling. And we have applied the semi-structured interviews with the open-ended questions, wherein we use the open-ended questions to collect data from the participants. And this was guided by the objectives of the study to gather the information that is relevant to the objectives, and the literature that we gathered was aligned to the objectives of the study, and the interview questions that were developed that were guided by the objectives of the study. And the sample size, we have interviewed 22 social workers, and this is because at this stage, this is where we reach saturation. We could not continue with gathering of data. The target was 30 social workers, but at this stage, we noticed that the information that we are gathering, it's similar to what we have collected, and there's nothing new that is coming from this other participant. Then we have decided to end the data at participant number 22, and thematic content was used to analyze the data. And the study findings reveals that bullying as a phenomenon is not a new concept in the profession of social work. It's a concept that social workers are familiar with, and on a daily basis, social workers render these services to incidents of bullying, but there may be questions of whether there is effectiveness in the interventions that are rendered, and that is why we decided to conduct this study to check or to look at the possibility of developing guidelines to provide interventions to bullying incidents that are taking place in schools. And social workers perceive bullying as a social problem that affects the mental health of learners. They understand bullying as an antisocial behavior, and bullying was understood to affect the social and emotional aspect of the learners. And in this, they alluded that as it affects their emotional, the social and emotional aspect, it affects their psychology. They no longer want to attend school. They no longer want anything to do with the schools because they know that if they go back to that environment, they may be abused again. And when they report cases, some allege that there's allegations that some, and also literature support this, that some in some instances, nothing happens to the bullies. So they act as if nothing has happened to them, and this really has got effect on the learners. And on the social aspect of it is that they withdraw from participating in any community societal activities. They are always in their house, and eventually some decide to take overdose of medication tablets in an attempt to take their lives. In some instances, there's an indications that some teachers may perpetuate bullying unconsciously, so because some may, unconsciously or maybe I don't know how to put it, but you find a teacher telling a learner that you are ugly, and every day this teacher is telling this learner that you are ugly or you will never pass. That in a way indirectly may perpetuate bullying, because this child will grow up with that particular understanding and perception. And the study found that some teachers see bullying as a phase that needs to happen to every child because they've been exposed to these things. They believe it's normal, doesn't worth reporting, there's no need to report these things. And there's lack of understanding about the consequences of bullying. And the school governing body does not have adequate understanding of bullying. The stakeholders are unable to support social work programs because of their lack of understanding of bullying. And the stakeholder relation is important in addressing bullying. And in conclusion, bullying is a societal problem that affects the well-being of the victims and the bullies. The individual learner and school performance get affected by the incidents of bullying that take place in schools. The stakeholders need to have basic understanding about bullying phenomenon. This will assist in reducing and addressing bullying in learning institutions. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. Sekobela, for the presentation. Colleagues, let us give Mr. Sekobela a round of applause. And it is that time where I note hands for questions, answers. There's first hand, it's from Dr. Lesiba Mulepo. I see there are 3 hands, but I can only, okay, there's Dr. Lesiba Mulepo. There is Mr. Dosa, Emmanuel Dosa, and Abel Masota. In that sequence, colleagues.
Thank you, Program Director. If you can go to the title.
Okay.
Remember, colleagues, I think firstly, I didn't understand if the study has been done and maybe graduation already done or still underway, because it may affect the inputs that we are going to make. I'm just trying to be very analytic. The perception and understanding of bullying. I would leave there and start with perception. And the second thing is perception, it's singular. And there can't be similar perception when you are dealing with multiple participants. I'm not sure. I'm just trying to play with language there. And for the purpose, also the full stop there may be removed so that you don't have a full stop in the title. But this study is very relevant, colleagues, because it deals, we are living in a technological era. And Mr. Schobela has actually positioned himself to be relevant in this era because of the number of challenges that are being experienced as a result of the use of technology. But I also in the title see among social workers and stakeholders. I can't recall if there were other stakeholders that were interviewed, because if it is only social workers that were interviewed, then maybe in the title you can remove those stakeholders. You will comment on that one. Can you go to the data collection or, but again, research methodology section? And I wanted to, yeah, no, you were there, you have passed it? Previous one? Previous one, yes, this one. What I've noticed is that when students read the research methodology books, they read about what approach is about, what it does, and so on. For an example, the study applied qualitative research approach, fine. This approach was used because emphasis on studying human behavior and attitudes in their natural setting. That is a description of how qualitative approach works. The approach was found relevant because the researcher was interested in gaining in-depth understanding of bullying challenges. And I'm focusing on that understanding of bullying challenges because we know that qualitative approach, it's about gaining in-depth understanding of a phenomena. In the methodology books, it will say understanding of a phenomena. And here, Mr. Schobela really linked that knowledge of what this approach is about with his study by saying bullying challenges. Whereas some will just describe it as it is in the book without linking it with the study. And I wanted to commend him for that kind of approach. Thank you. And the justification, by the way, of the selection of that approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mlepo. Before you can respond, Mr. Schobela, let's take the other two. Then you respond to all three of them. Mr. Dosa, then you'll be followed by Mr. Masotla. My apologies, Mr. Dosa. It seems mics have been disabled. Okay, I've enabled them. You can ask your question. Mr. Dosa, you can unmute.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. I'm grateful. Please, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. And I will say congratulations to our presenter. Some of my concern has been raised by our doctor who earlier on made his comments and suggestions. To our presenter, I have few issues. One, you are talking about bullying, and the issue is which people are being bullied. So is it the student? If it is the student, why do you then ask social workers questions about bullying, of whom they are not being bullied. So I don't know if you can look at that. And then
I can't hear anything, Chairperson. If he's speaking, I am unable to hear.
It seems, Mr. Dosa, are you still in the platform? We can't hear you. Let's move to Mr. Masotla.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I just have a few questions about your study. I have 3 questions. I wanted to know, upon collecting your data, is there any cultural differences in prevalence and manifestation of this bullying? Are you considering the cultural differences that are contributing to this bullying? And then the other one was, I was about to ask, who are these people being bullied? Isn't there any way that you should be trying to get those who are being bullied? Because I never heard you talking to those who are being bullied. You just talk to the social workers in general. And then on that, according to your experience, what are the long-term psychological effects of bullying on both the victim and the perpetrator? That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Masotla. Mr. Sekhubela, you can respond, then we'll take the next round of answers.
Thank you very much, Chair. I must agree with the first person that posed the question, and indeed, this is a good platform where we learn. I'm learning. This is my first paper that I'm presenting, but then I agree with him when it comes to the inclusion of the stakeholders. I 100% agree with him, because I did not interview other persons except social workers in this study. So I agree with the exclusion of stakeholders in the title, and the singularity, it's English. The English left with the sheep when I was writing. So I totally agree with him. And the other concerns that he raised was to check whether the study.
Hello, sir.
Can you hear me, Chair?
Hello.
Yes, I can. Mr. Dosa, we lost you.
Yes, please.
You will be given an opportunity in the next round.
Oh, okay. Sorry for my interruption.
Okay,
my
thank you.
internet was disconnected.
Okay, thank you, sir. You can proceed, Mr. Sekhubela.
There was an issue around understanding of whether the study is completed. There's been graduation or not. No, the study, there's not been graduation. I'm still busy with the study. It's not yet submitted to examination. And also there was an issue of, I think with the first person that asked question, it was more of comments. I think there's no other thing that I've left. I will be reminded in the next round if there's anything. With Mr. Dosa, who's been bullied and why as social workers? The people that are being bullied, in this case, it's learners in schools. Now, we must not always think that because learners are bullied, then everything that is being studied, it should be around the victims of bullying. Because my study is not, if you look also at the title, it's not on the victims of bullying. Like I've indicated, that the idea is to develop guidelines for social workers. And for me to develop guidelines for social worker, I need to understand what is it that they experience in their workplace. What are the challenges that they experience in responding to incidents of bullying? Gathering data about the victims of bullying, it's a different study altogether. It's not linked to the focus of the study that I'm conducting now. Indeed, there should be, because bullying is my niche area. Obviously, in my next studies, the studies that I might want to do, I will have to focus on other things. But you must understand that in research, you cannot do everything at the same time when you deal with a prevalent phenomenon like bullying. There are various issues. If I were to answer this question, you must also remember that there's bullying in the workplace. Now, the other person may come and ask me, why are you not studying the workers that are being bullied? It's not part of the focus of this particular study. So I think that is why the focus was on social workers, because I need to develop guidelines for social workers on the approach that needs to be done when providing interventions to victims of bullying and to the bullies themselves and people that are within the school environment that are affected by. The last person that asked questions, there was a question about cultural differences contributing to bullying. Well, when gathering data, there wasn't much of information about cultural differences that may contribute to bullying. However, there was an issue around the violence that takes place in families, gender-based violence or domestic violence that take place in families, that some of the behavior, also literature support this, that some of the behavior that we expose our children to at home, because children oftentimes makes parents as their role models. So when they see these things happening, parents fighting over dispute, children believe that this is the only way to resolve conflict. Even when they get to schools, for them to get the attentions, they assault other children, because this is the way that they can get attention and this is the way that they can resolve problems. So with regards to cultural differences, no, it wasn't gathered. And the question of who's been bullied, like I've indicated, that the learners at school are being bullied, but social workers provide social work services, psychosocial services to these children, and social workers provide preventative programs, educational programs that aims to reduce or deal or address the issues of bullying in schools, working together with the school governing body and other stakeholders. They provide services to these learners that are being bullied. Because most of the time when learners are bullied, the educators will invite social workers to school to provide interventions to this, to ensure that this perhaps does not happen again. Now we want to establish as to what is it that needs to be done so that this thing does not continue to happen in our school environment. The long-term effects, literature indicates that the long-term effects of bullying is that children, when they see that there's nothing happening to the victims of bullying, to the bullies, they tend to perpetrate bullying themselves. The victims of bullying tend to become bullies because they do this in self-defense and end up doing this continuously and end up affiliating to gangs within the school environment, because when they're affiliated to gangs, they are being feared among the school community and they will no longer be subjected to bullying. And some learners growing up, they graduate into criminality, into criminals. They become criminals, they are arrested, and they ruin their future. So there are a lot of psychological effects, a lot of mental health effects that affects these learners, that affect the community, because it also goes back to the community and it becomes a violent community. When these children, they violate the school, they go back to the community and terrorize the community as well, because the understanding is that nothing happens to them. And also with considerations that there are provisions in the law that will make the children that are arrested to be diverted from the formal criminal proceedings into informal sessions wherein the judiciary and social workers will work with on the behavior of the child. So there are various long-term effects that will affect the child, the victims themselves, the bullies themselves, the school and the teachers, as well as the society where these children comes from. I think for that, I answered the questions that were asked in the first part.
Thank you, Mr. Sukhubela. Let's just give Mr. Dosa a chance to pose his question, then he will be followed by Dr. Makhaha.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Please, thank you very much too for, I think you've given me response with respect to why you didn't use the students who are experiencing the bullying, but rather social workers. But please, can we go to your findings, the findings of the study with respect to the slides, please? Okay, I think the next slide, I saw a finding with respect to teachers. Teachers are found to perpetuate bullying in learning institutions. And the study found that some teachers are bullying as a phase that need to happen to every child in learning institution. So my issue is how did the social workers get to know of this? And I learned you also made some recommendation with respect to the teachers. So that is my issue. How did you get to know this information from the teachers? Because the social workers, I don't know how it is worked in South Africa. Is it that they also work along with the teachers in the school? That is what I want to find out, please.
Should I come in, Bafana?
Yes, please.
Let's take Dr. Makhaha, then you will respond to both. Dr. Makhaha?
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. B. This is a very good study. Listening to Tumelo's presentation, how he is defending his study, I think I will still repeat what I just said, because Tumelo is doing PhD. I think Tumelo, you need to look at, especially when we come to methodology section, you need to look at how the data is collected. You talked about the saturation. One will want to know as to how did you reach the saturation? At what level? At what point have you reached the saturation point? So that's very important. And also, you will need to explain your data analysis procedures. How did you analyze the data? Meaning that one should be able to follow step by step of what is it that you have done in collecting the data. Starting with the instrument, how did you develop your research instrument. That's very important because in most cases, we just found that, okay, I use semi-structured interviews to do 1, 2, 3, 4, but we don't have an understanding as to how this instrument was developed and what is it that you want to achieve with those questions. And then if you have more than one instrument, it will need to be explained as well as to how the second instrument will be developed and what role is it going to play. What is it that you can that instrument will be helping you to mine more data to respond to your research problem. And then the other thing is data analysis procedures. Data analysis procedures, how did you analyze the data, or how do you intend to analyze your data? That framework should be clear. One should not run around looking as to how did you develop the themes, what did you do? No, it should just be clear. Explain it step by step, that I'm going to use thematic analysis. And what type of thematic analysis are you going to use? Because you say you are going to use thematic content analysis. What do you mean by thematic content analysis? I think you should be clear there, so that one can be able to understand that this is what you are going to do. And then what does the literature say about thematic analysis? And then how are you going to, how will you develop the themes, or how did you develop those themes? And then the other issue is you are more silent about the perceptions, and the perceptions is the key in your study. So, but when you are busy doing the presentation, listening to you are silent about the perceptions. What do you mean by the perceptions? Because these perceptions should be coming out frequently, because that's the key word in the title. And I also looked at your aim, research aim. Your research aim is not clearly aligned to the title. I think it will be, as Dr. Molapo has suggested earlier on, that when when we talk about a golden thread, it's like even when we start reading the first chapter, if one wants to look at the golden thread, you look at the research title, you look at the aim, you look at the first research question. Is there any alignment there? Because there should be an alignment. And if there is no alignment, it means this is going to cause inconsistencies in your study, because you need to be focused as to what is it that you intend to do. Meaning that when you say perceptions of so and so and so and so and so and so, meaning the aim is to explore the perceptions or understand the perceptions, whatever term that you'll be using, because there one can be able to see that, okay, this is what the researcher wants to do. And the other thing, you need to be clear with the credibility of the study. You need to be clear about the transferability of the study. You need to be clear about the dependability of the study. And then you need to be clear of the confirmability of the study. Those are the keys. Once you are able to tighten that, then your research methodology is going to be more powerful. And then the other thing that you should not ignore is methodological approach, and then how your theory is used in the study. That's very important. It comes with my students. Most they use them. They present it in the methodology. Some they prefer it to put it right in the beginning of the analysis chapter, to inform the readership that how this theory has been used in the study, and then what is its role in the current study, so that one should not ask himself or herself questions as to why do you have maybe a theoretical framework, why do you have conceptual framework. So those are the things that you need to look at, especially when you close this methodology section, so that one can be convinced that the student really did his homework about this chapter. And even when you do the analysis, you are not going to struggle, because already there is something that is guiding you when you start maybe presenting the data into the chapter, that, okay, this is what I want, this is what I don't want. Remember, even when we collect the data, we are not going to use all the data. Some of the data is not responding to the research problem. Some of the data is not assisting us to answer the research questions. So that data, maybe we just peg it aside, and then we focus on the data that is responding to the research problem. That is why we have that stage of data cleaning. So meaning when we go to the data cleaning, it means that we are having that lens that assists us to look into the data. Do we see what we want to see? Do we see something? Do we see things that are going to assist us to respond to the research questions? So that's where that's the stage where you'll be able to clean the data, to make sure that now this is the analysis stage. I use the data that is responding to the research problem. I think this is a good study. Just maybe try to go and look at those things. Normally, when I ask questions, it is not compulsory for one to answer. It's just that we are trying to build the study so that when you leave here, you'll be able to know what is it that I have to look at, what is it that I have to add. You sit down and check and do reflection of what maybe we have given to you. You choose what you can include and then what you cannot include in your study. Thank you so much, Mr. B and Tumelo.
Thank you, Dr. Makgaga. Tumelo.
Thanks very much, colleagues. I must say I agree. Let me start with the last questions or comments. I do agree with the comments that have been highlighted, but also it might be that I misunderstood the idea or the purpose of the session, because as I received the call, I thought maybe, because from what I'm receiving, I'm gathering from this session, it appears that I have to provide background, every information about the study. And that is not what I understood the call to be about. Maybe that is why some of the concerns are coming. Indeed, in any study, you need to provide the understanding of the theory that they've used, that they've provided background to the study, to indicate which theory did you use, why did you apply such theories, the procedures in data analysis and collections, and all those things, they are there in the study. But then here, the response was based on the conference to respond to a call to write papers. And this was just, I was just trying to write a paper from the study that I'm busy with, not necessarily to give the background of the study. The information that has been highlighted, I do have information that explains the how I developed categories in my study, how themes were developed in the study, and what made me to arrive at a particular thing. And this is specifically focusing on a particular theme in the studies, not the whole study. I'm not presenting about the entire study, but a specific theme that I've decided to take from the study that I'm thinking I can write a paper on. So, but I appreciate the comments that have been submitted with regards to the theories, the data analysis procedure, and how the data was collected, the saturation of data. I do appreciate the comments and acknowledge that indeed in a study they should be there, and they are there in my study. It's just that when you prepare presentation for 20 minutes, you cannot cover everything. I had to skip some of the information when I was presenting looking at time, because when you look at the methodology itself, in a methodology itself, you can take an hour to talk about methodology of the whole PhD study. So, but then I needed to focus on the paper that I'm trying to write at the moment. But I do appreciate the comments, and they are valid comments that have been indicated. And with regards to the teachers, there was a question about teachers and seeing bullying as a face. You know, social workers engage with teachers on a daily basis. I can be advised if this should not be included, but there's an engagement on a daily basis wherein some of the challenges that hinder social worker to provide information, to provide interventions to bullying is that some teachers or principals may tell you that this is schooling time. We don't want social workers in our school. We don't want you to come and disturb the programs of the schools. And they are correct to say that, but however, there is a problem that needs to be addressed. We don't need to address the problem when something has happened. We need to be proactive rather than being reactive. So I'm just trying to give an example of some of the information that social workers will have without talking to the teachers, because this is like I'm giving the information that the principal might say to you, we don't need social workers during the schooling hours. But when there's an incident, they will want a social worker to come. So these are some of the information that has been found that teachers will find bullying to be a face that will happen to any child in their experience, because there are times that will go to provide services, educational programs to teachers themselves to understand how do they intervene when an incident of bullying has taken place in their school? What is it that they do? So that we can advise on some of the effective methods that they can use in trying to intervene to bullying. Chair, I do appreciate the comments that have been submitted and will be taken into consideration. But with regards to a paper, you will understand that you cannot have everything. You need to have some that should be included and some may not be included. Even when you summarize, when you present, looking at time, you might not include a lot of things, but appreciate all the comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schobela. And there is also a comment on the chat platform from Miss Christily Mulman. I think you'll also have to go through it. Says teachers themselves do not have or aren't able that much or do not have that much to do to stop bullying due to the many restrictions that they have. No detection anymore, no sending kids out of class, or no detention, no sending kids out of class. It can only be escalated to school HR. Should the school wish to expel a student if needs to be approved by education department? So I think you also have to check that. And I'm not sure, Mr. Dosa, if you have a follow-up question or comment. This will be the last one, colleagues. We have to wrap up. We are 17 minutes away or late of our program. The program should have been wrapped by 3. Mr. Dosa, just be quick.
Okay, sir, thank you very much. And it is quick indeed. I will suggest that the bullying should be in context. I think from his explanation and then responses, I can see there are so many types or kinds of bullying, but it will be based on the context at which you will use it. So I would suggest that in the context of his study, he should operationalize his definition with respect to the bullying that he's using in his work. That is my comment. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thanks, Bafana. Maybe can I comment the issue of teachers have got limited things to do due to restriction. Indeed, I agree. And as part of my main study, some of the strategies that have been highlighted that can assist in addressing bullying is that we should have people that are designated to deal with bullying attached to schools, wherein you'll have social workers that are on a daily basis in schools to address challenges around bullying, respond to incidents of bullying, work with school governing body, the teachers and the parents in trying to address the incidents of bullying. If you check schools that have got social workers, they've got minimal cases of bullying. So if it's one of the recommendations that from my main study, from the PhD study, that social workers need to be employed in schools, in every schools, to ensure that they deal with the social problems within the school environment to assist with the challenges of bullying. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Sekubela. Thank you very much, colleagues, for joining us. We have come to the end of our program, but before I let you go, I would like to call Miss Seluma, our manager, student admin, to do a formal closing for the day and give us announcements. Miss Seluma, over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Mavimbela. Thank you, Program Director. Really appreciate the opportunity. It's been a long day. Our presenters and colleagues, I know that you started very early to prepare for this conference. Our keynote speaker, Prof. Michael Mhlolo, thank you for the information that you shared with us. It was very, very insightful information. It's a very phenomenal concept, especially when you said we should also distinguish the problem statement and the statement problem. That is an eye-opener to me, and also I believe to all of us, if we did not distinguish the two. And also to take note, the Dr. Mlepo's opening statement, where he encouraged everybody, especially the postgrad students, to participate in this platform as we strive as to be the center of excellence as region. This is our 12th annual conference, of which is most of the postgrad student that we started to present in the platform, and we've learned a lot out of it. In those closing remarks, I am not going to bore you with a long speech. I know that you're tired. It's been a long day. To Dr. Makaka as well, thank you so much. We really appreciate your resilience and the support to students. Your effort will never go unnoticed. Thank you so much. As from tomorrow morning, we will start early in the morning. Please log on early on the open day. On the opening 8:30. We start exactly our opening remarks. We'll start by program director. Program director will be also wrapping up of the things transpired from the day one. And also Dr. Maibane will also share the reflection of what happened to day one. We will follow the same progress. And tomorrow we're going to have Prof. Gumbo, our own professor from UNISA, from the College of Education. Is going to be our keynote address. I will encourage that colleagues to tune in and also participate, be participative. Thank you so much. I think that's all, Program Director. I don't want to bore you with the long information. People are already tired. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Siluma. Just one last announcement from me that the organizers will be handing out certificate of attendance to all our attendees, but will only be handing out this certificate on request. There is an email address that I've shared on the chat platform. Please send your request to that email address. As for the presenters, all of them will be receiving their certificates as presenters. They do not have to send a request. Thank you very much and have a blessed evening, colleagues.